Oh shoot, hang on 1 second. What's up, all dwellers? I still have to fix my mic. Excuse any weird microphone issues. How's it going? What up? What's up, Corvo? How are you? It's gonna be me sitting here for a while. My mic is not my normal microphone, so I Good Lord, it's my headset mic. It's yeah. I got a new computer, meaning Derek. So Derek got a new computer, which then he gave me his computer, which is a new computer for me, and I still haven't set up my microphone. So it defaulted to my headset microphone, which is also why I'm downloading Oblivion because I have no games. And I thought this downloaded last night, but it did not. So here we are, just chilling, waiting for it to download. Bought even more Funko Pop. Dang, dude. How many you got? How many Funko Pops you got now? I feel like you got like a million. Which ones did you get? Yeah. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. Like his is definitely, I don't know about specs and all that, but like his is definitely a little better than my old one. Like my old computer that I've been using ever since I started streaming has been like pretty much the only nice computer I've really ever had, except like the family computer that we had. Like I saved up forever to buy that. But so this is nice. 150? Dang. Do you have like a wall that you display them on? Save this, he says. Also, hello. How are you?
The TikTok shop.
La TikTok shop. Trying viral TikTok shop items. Okay, let me throw a like on it so it's in my list. But yeah, so I was gonna fix my mic last night, but alas, I was really tired and went to bed instead. So here we are. Um, maybe I can log in because we got time to kill. I'm only at 38% on Oblivion, so I'm frozen. Am I frozen for anybody else? I'm not frozen on my screen. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Oh, here we go. Did you refresh? Are we good? I didn't freeze on my screen, so I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, okay, cool. Cute, cute. You got your trips booked. Okay, wait, so for 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 what? 140 on 76. Dang. That's impressive. Killing it. Killing it. Leave the 26th. Staying with my friend for one night in Seattle. Nice. We found a place with a bedroom in Portland, but a shared bathroom with someone for 2 nights. Then back home on the 29th. So a few day trip. Found a place with a bedroom in Portland, but a shared bathroom. Like with a stranger, like an Airbnb type of situation. Bought a prefab of a starter house in Fallout 4. Ooh, nice. Ew, Portland. So like a pre-built thing that you can just like decorate. Spending most of the day, 20th and Story Canyon Beach. Ooh, that's cool. Take pictures. I've always wanted to visit the Goonies locations. Pretty sure my brothers went there at one point, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure they saw like the rock out in the water or whatever where the Goonies was filmed. Oh, she owns the place. Oh, I see. Okay. Different section of the house. Self check-in with a key and a lockbox. That shouldn't be too bad. Then you decorate a lot better than my damn building. I've eyeballed a few of those like prefab things before. Be kind of fun. A lot easier than like building your own house. Like my house I like, but I think I built it too big where now I just like I don't have like enough space to throw all the decor I want into it. Look up the address. Sure. 52%. We're halfway there. Oy, oy, oy. Put all your workbenches in your vault. Also, turrets take up a ton of space. Really? My workbenches I did put in my vault. I do have like a little like bar vault thing. But turrets, though, I don't think I knew they took up a ton of space. I just love going to people's homes or whatever, and they have like 8,000 decorations, and it's like super cram packed, full of fun stuff. And I'm like, yeah, my house is to the point where I can almost not put anything down. I'm like, I wanna be that person with all the cool stuff. But I think maybe a smaller house would help. Got it. Got the text. She has cute cats. All the better. Oh wow, okay. That looks like right in the middle of busy town. Holy smokes. Okay. That'll be interesting. A pinball machine? Wait, what? They made their entire camp was a pinball machine? What? Okay, that's kind of cool. Creative. I like the creative camps. That's kind of neat. That's cool. You should have. You totally should have. That would have been cool. Like, was the building shaped like a pinball machine? Okay. Oh, this looks nice. Very clean, very simplistic, very cozy. I like it. That don't look bad at all. That'll be nice. James from Arcane. You're from Spy Family. I've seen so much about like Spy Family, like that people love, and I've never watched it, but I feel like I should. Doc Brown and Marty McFly from Back to the Future. That is awesome. Batman Beyond. That's cool. Super cool. I bet you have like the coolest collection. Follow things on Discord. I'm on it. $68 a night? Psh, perfect. Perfect. Follow things on Discord. I gotta find it. Gotta find it. Pre-order the Fallout show. Ooh, I saw that set. I want to get them. That's pretty cool. I have to play from Seattle to Portland, but it's only an hour flight. Oh, I see. From the airport? That's not so bad. That's doable. Follow things. Okay. I'm there. I don't think there's anything new though. Did you send something new? So an Uber price is almost $200 each way? Literally a house for Fallout 4. Wait, where? I don't. Let me look at my phone. I don't see it on my computer app. This cold was in a story last week. Oh wait. Oh no, just kidding. It's here. It's here. I found it. Oh wow. That's cool. Wow, somebody like took the time. That uh, okay, that's hilarious because I just seen somebody recently that looked like this, and I wish I would have taken their name because they looked very, very similar to this. That is cool. This is a good idea. They got it like down to the detail. How freaking cool. Or what? This is really neat. I like that. I am. I haven't got into Logitech. Yeah, we were just talking about the whole headset mic thing. Justin goes, "What happened to your mic?" And I was like, "It's this." I have a cabin on the Washington side of a Story Bridge. Ah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, and then this I thought downloaded, but here we are. It is not downloaded yet. So I've been just chilling, waiting for Oblivion to download. It's a struggle. Everything's a struggle. But we'll make it work. It's not got too much further to go. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. 86%. Here we go. That'd be sick. I'd be down. Honestly, like I said, everything just needs crossplay. That being one of them, because I'd be down. That'd be fun. You have exactly 5 whole reels. Perfect. Perfect. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh, goodness. We're getting there. Oh yeah. I might love this one. Ruined Road? Ooh. Abandoned Covenant. Okay, love this type of stuff. Very good true crime vids, but also abandoned mall videos too. I've been binging true crime. Isn't it so good? It's so good. Fascinating. It's fascinating, is what it is. This looks good. This is initially what got me into like Sam and Colby when I first started watching them because I used to like adventure abandoned places, theme parks, malls, houses, whatever. And I don't know, there's just something so fascinating about it. So update is supposed to be their biggest update yet, so possibly crossplay, but unsure. It really needs it though. It really does. I agree. They're making it so you can free build, so you can place anything anywhere. Ooh, interesting. When is the next update supposed to come to? Or be or whatever. That sounds kind of neat. Crossplay would be really cool. I feel like that's a game that needs it. This looks really neat. I'm definitely gonna check this out. Okay, so not too far out in the future then. That's good. Curious to see what all comes with that. Okay, okay, okay. Definitely checking this out. Sounds right up my alley. Hey. All right. Let's see how this goes. Shaders preloaded. Okay, we'll see. Oh, it's a struggle. It's always a struggle. $17%. So you can make floating cams? Ooh, that would be cool. I've seen people do some before, but like I know you have to go like a certain way about it. Be cool to make it easier to do so. Easier to find things in Camp Builder? What do you mean? Like find the items to build? Okay. That'd be cool. I wonder how they're gonna go about that. I mean, like I know they have it like sectioned off into different sections already, but there's definitely been times where I cannot find an item, and it's a pain in the booty. So that would be kind of nice. However they do it. 37%. It's always shaders. Always. The Last of Us, Oblivion, Unreal. Dang shaders. First world problems. That's right. We chill. We chill until it's loaded. So how's y'all's day? What'd y'all do? Mine was good. Busy. Almost halfway there. Wish I could log into freaking Logitech. I have poison ivy, oak. I don't know which one on my left hand. From what? Are you scavenging out in the woods or what? Oh, 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 that's gotta be driving you insane. In between the fingies? Ugh. Oh, that sucks. Oh, God. You're just feeling all sorts of things lately. Do you have like something you can put on it at least to alleviate? That's a pain in the butt. Eh, at least it's something, but yeah, if it doesn't do much. Ugh, what a pain in the butt. Which is the purpose, but if it doesn't help, then what's the good? That sounds awful. Video of the new camp building. I believe what this is adding to Fallout 76's huge update. What in the... Is this just their intro? What is happening?
Nice! Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. If you end up liking this video, well, like the video and subscribe if you haven't.
What an intro.
I'm out of here.
Greetings, it is I, Riffley.
Alright, hang on. Oh! Trying my best to not go scorched earth. Oh. Oh, that would drive me nuts. Oh my goodness. Props to you if you're not able to just itch and go crazy, because that would drive me nuts. Oh. Yeah, same, because that was a blast. He's weird, but trusted in the community. That's all that matters.
What's going on, everyone? Appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this. Oh, wow. Someone text me. Thanks for everyone for checking out this Fallout 76 video, though. In this one, I'm going to be showing you all some interesting things within camp building. And in general, there's a lot of different things we can utilize now within this new public test server that I'm going to be sharing with you.
Imagine that
I'm
times
sure there's more to come.
100.
First, I just want to show you this new feature.
Texas Chainsaw
real
was
quick. If we
amazing.
go down to
I
Nuka
feel like
World on
I
Tour, which I
truly
don't
missed
have it on my
out.
PC account. Dad, got it! I'm gonna have to just run there. One sec. Okay, I'm here at Nuka World on Tour. Just real quick, I want to show you this new feature that will be coming within the game. As you see, there's an aid storage box. This will be a thing where we can transfer all of our aid items within it. So if you have Fallout First, I'm pretty sure this is going to be only for Fallout First. I don't have Fallout First for my PC account though, but I am in the public test server, so I am just testing things out, But yeah, this is an unlimited storage container for aid. And the reason why I'm thinking it's going to be Fallout First only is because, well, we got the ammo storage box, the scrap box, which is unlimited as well, and stuff like that. So I think this is going to be also Fallout First included within that membership. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. This is going to help a lot of players out that do have Fallout First to free up a lot of space. And hey, you could just get Fallout First for like a month and then just store all your aid items in here that you may be like overstocked on, and then just cancel your Fallout First membership if you don't want to have a reoccurring bill or whatever. I've known quite a bit of different players to do that. They actually stored a bunch of their junk in the scrap box so they could free up space, and they just stocked up as much as they could within a month, and they just canceled their membership. But anyways, carrying on here, the next thing I want to talk about within the public test server, this is another...
Okay, I was like, why am I hearing Oblivion music in the background of a Fallout video?
A quality of life change.
Loaded up, apparently.
And that is how we can now lock our items. So say like I don't want to scrap this garbage legendary weapon here that I for some reason have equipped. I can just press L, or it's going to be different if you're on controller, obviously. But yeah, on the PC it's L, so press L, and bam, as you see to the left hand side over here, there's a lock. Now let me go ahead and go try to scrap that locked item. It won't. You cannot scrap locked items. So you don't have to worry about accidentally scrapping locked items. This is going to be handy for players that have a trigger finger when they go to scrap things and other stuff as well. Also, you can unlock them too by just simply pressing L again, and you can unlock. So yeah, that's another quality of life change. Next, I want to show you
it sucks. It makes it really difficult in certain situations
this is
too.
The
like
main meat of this update. They have improved building.
You just have too much stuff, and then you can't store anything else. And it's like, what do I do with my items? I don't want to drop
right now,
them.
This is the public test server. Keep that in mind.
At least just make it bigger.
Here we are at my lovely camp. This is a pre-structure that I just have my camp placed at. It's a pretty nice camp location. If you want to steal it, it's right here next to Bolton Greens. But yeah, now let's get into the new stuff. As you can see, wow, look at that. You see that menu now, guys?
Yeah.
Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Oh, yeah. So obviously this is going to help them with sales too, because you see a bunch of Atomic Shop stuff as well. But it categorizes everything. Everything is neatly
cool.
organized. It's so nice. So if I want to find something specific like lights, for example, here, I can just, as you can see, I could choose from candles, ceiling lights, fire lights, lamps, signs, wall lights, and it shows me everything, even if I don't have them unlocked,
right,
or
like
if I
where
haven't
you could have
purchased
just
them
like
either.
infinite.
So I'll just go over here,
Is
check
that
it
what
out,
you mean?
and voila! Look at all these candle lights that I can choose from. So nice! I am so glad they added this. Freaking A, dude. I don't know how long I've been like trying to find things specifically when I'm building, and literally it takes me like 15-20 minutes sometimes to be like, okay, what the heck? That took long enough to
Make
find
it bigger,
what
come
I was looking
on.
for, you know what I'm
Let's
saying?
go.
It's going to help players save so much time. You'll be able to find exactly what you're looking for quickly. They got a lot of decorations. I remember having to
At
look through like
least bigger
miscellaneous
would be
structures
I don't
and,
know, something.
you know, floor decorations.
Anything.
Now it's just all neatly organized. So let's go here to decorations. See, like clutter. Bam, look at all this clutter we could choose from. Wow, we got boxes, boxes, and boxes, and boxes, and boxes. But yeah, tons of different clutter.
Paper.
I like this rock. That's a nice rock. It's a fake boulder. Right, we'll get it together. It's fake, bro. But yeah, what a cutie patootie.
Oh my
Just
gosh.
figured I would give you a quick example of this. Now, I want to get into something else with the build menu. Yes, it's organized, it's neatly organized, so you'll be able to find what you're looking for. Excuse me. You'll be able to find what you're looking for really easily, as you see in foundations.
We love
here.
to hate them, we
Look at
hate to
this.
love them.
All of the foundations are just right here. But what's even cooler... Oh, wow. I need to get some more concrete. Okay, now let me go ahead and show you what we're working with here. So, let's go back up. Foundation.
That's what I'm saying.
We'll choose this. Now look at what we can do now, guys. If I want, I can now make it float.
Bethesda fan base is very, like, we know their flaws and we know their issues, but we still love them. We want it to get better.
Floating. How amazing is that? I think that's a pretty amazing. And can you guys just imagine the type of builds that can be created now? Look at this. We can have a floating foundation. I can already see some major obstacle courses too being created. Some major cooler ones. But no, seriously, all kinds of cool stuff's gonna be made. All kinds. Oh man, I'm just gonna lower that one. Obviously, we can use our camera mode too. If we don't want to be right with our player, that's still a thing. Also, how to modify is we just press X, as you can see there, right next to build up there. Of course, if you're on controller, it's going to be different.
Game
you go over
changer,
and modify, you can just edit. So you can move it around in a different position if you want. It's freaking awesome, right? We can also blueprint really easily too if we want. Yeah, everything's right here for us. Obviously, this is where your wallpapers
for some
are too.
reason, chose to keep things complicated.
If you want to put some wallpapers on your walls, and this is where you'll be able to lock your stuff at too within the modify area. But yeah, really simple, and you can go right back to build by just pressing X again. Now something also you'll be able to see here at the bottom, you can see it states collide, and then if I press R, it says free or snap. Collide, check this out. Here's how this works. Look at this. It now lets us kind of, collide them with ease.
But then adding
we
it
no
later
longer have
because
to worry
people still
about
wanted it.
having to like use glitches. So yeah, that's cool, right? But something that's even cooler, with free, we're able to put things within things. Like collide's kind of like that, but dude, free is like completely within them. Look at that. I know this is something players are going to love. Now they don't have to worry about glitching to do this. You can put things inside each other with ease. The whole merging glitches that were used quite a bit back in the day. They now made that a feature.
Just put it there.
Instead of us having to glitch. So here's another example. I'll use this. Place that, and then say like I want let's go to decorations, and I'll put this inside of it. You see, you could do that. If I know it's something. This is just a weird example, but this can be done. Bam. Look at that. We now can be able to merge things with ease. It's a feature now, guys. Once again, you just change up your placement to free. Obviously, snaps want to make it so we can snap things together easily. I'll give you a quick example here. See, it snaps right onto the foundation.
They can.
But I'm pretty sure that's pretty obvious.
Do what you want.
But yeah, freaking awesome. They have really upgraded.
This is cool. I feel like people are going to get real creative.
I mean, it's got
more than they already have
here. So much freedom now when building. Also, some things to note that they stated that will be coming in the future within the Fallout 76 Inside the Vault article is history on our build as well. So we'll be able to see our history of what we used and new category too. Those are some things. As you can see, here's a list of some of the things that will be implemented later within the public test server, and obviously these will go live with the main update too. So history category, new, recent, blueprinted, stored, filter options. Yeah, these are currently grayed out within it, but these will be added. Everything is much more organized.
I like it. I like it.
How you find things and the different variants of.
They're only doing it in 76 to make players believe they're secure. I'm not just trying to retain player count. Yeah. I'm not just trying to retain player count. Like, now we'll listen. Now we'll do what you want. Gotta keep people playing.
What you can find too. But yeah, I guess that's wrapping up this video. Hope you all found this enjoyable. I'm out of here. As always.
Very interesting. Very interesting. But the problem there is 90% of the time it's warranted. It came from something. You're not thinking the things for no reason. Because of the TV show. True. True. I don't know if that makes a difference. Precisely. Load. Hold on. Why can't I continue? Wait! Wait. Hold on. Okay. Sync my cloud. Okay. How do I... Tell me what to do. I was gonna say, wouldn't it still be, like, attached to Steam? Where do I sync my cloud? Open Steam. Okay. Go to Steam settings. Cloud. Got it. Shows the enable Steam Cloud synchronization. That is on. checked. Install the game on your new computer. Steam will automatically download your cloud saves. This is the first game we look. Files on issues, so I had to be told to migrate them, for lack of a better term. But it says enable Steam Cloud. Am I missing something? Oh, but it was already on. I didn't just turn it on. Do I still have to close the game? We're gonna do it anyway. Oh. Oh no. What'd you do? Verify. Okay, it's Close game. Okay. Got you. Dang, getting a different computer. First world problems yet again. I sneeze coffee everywhere. Oh no. Ew. That sounds rough, for sure. Um, Backup game files. Okay, backup game files. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but it's doing its thing and it's loading. It's gonna take a couple minutes, but that is okay. Backup is just creating backup files of already existing files. Okay. Well, shoot. What do I gotta do? Plug in my old computer? Give me a minute. Wait, well, no. Not letting me. Might have to add your old drive to this new PC or just copy drive if they won't load. Oblivion did update. Would that throw it off? So should I cancel the backup game files thing? Fully close Steam, then reopen. Okay. Cancel. Fully close. Yes, okay. Exit Steam. Got it. Just try reopening. Then click top left and exit Steam or close from task tray bottom right. So I had it closed completely. Well. No, I went in and like closed it. Or wait, I guess I closed it from down here. I hit exit Steam. Like, that should close it completely, yeah? Now reopen? That's what I did before. And it didn't work. I don't think it's gonna work. Well, shoot. Yep. I just thought I would have been able to. Oh, what a struggle. Add your old drive to this PC or just copy your Steam game data folder onto this new drive. Well, shoot. That's just par for course. That's just something that would happen to me. All right, well, there's that, I guess. Barnacles. I wonder if it's gonna do that for all my games then. Poop. Pupe, pupe, pupe. Well, ain't that fun? That's fine. No big deal. It's fine. So I guess all I got so far on here is Oblivion and a couple small games. Pretty much don't have anything else downloaded. So that's lovely. I have Far Cry 6 downloaded, but I haven't opened it. I found it.
I love to get inspired.
Stop. Oh, this is the most hilarious videos I've seen. I have not seen this in ages.
Always dresses. Yeah.
Wait, I thought it was gonna be the Call of Duty
I
one.
love to get in sparkly dresses. I love
On this low quality mic. Perfect.
to get in sparkly dresses.
Shoot. Oh my lord. I'm allowed. Hmm. Oh, wait, I don't know what squeak I did. I don't know what I did. Well then, so you know what? I'm just curious. Let's open because the only other thing I have downloaded, I'm very curious what this does. Yeah, no, that's accurate. That was accurate. Add your old drive to this PC or just copy your Steam game data folder onto this new drive. uh, that's hilarious. God, I really do sound like an old like Xbox mic or something. Go to library, click on specific game. Wait, okay. Oops. See cloud status? Oh yeah, okay. So if it shows out of sync or something similar, then double click it to force re-upload. Mine says up to date. Oh, here, let me show you. Up to date. Yeah. So there's that. So I assume I just have to like manually move it over or whatever. Try verifying game files. Okay, wait, yeah, how do I do that? Manage properties, add to right click properties. Okay. Installed files. Um bottom. Oh, here we go. Didn't even look at it. Didn't even see it. We'll see. See what happens. We're at a whopping 3%. Let's go. 6%. Oh man. I know. I just technology is too much. It's too much. Love it, but I hate it. It's like it's a love-hate relationship. 14%. What is this? Men's singles match results? What does that even mean? Ah! What's happening? Ain't no way Far Cry 6 just opened up. uh, just opened up. I clicked that like 10 minutes ago. Okay. 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 Cool. Whatever. Well, since we're here, I guess we'll just see what it happens to say at the home screen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Continue game. Okay, see, this says continue game. That one works. But now we're going to quit the desktop. Just Oblivion, I guess? I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm going to give this just a minute. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Maybe grab a snack. And I'll be back in just a second. Hold tight. Okay, I'm back. 91%. Right? Like fresh start. Do what we want. Look at these cute little bags. I got a little snack. Pirates Booty Popcorn. I don't know if y'all have ever had it. Pokemon freaking bags. Adorable. So cute. All 674 files successfully validated. Okay. Dang it, what were the files that were validated? The pains of innovation and technology. Oh, bollocks. Well, what the F? Alright, today might just be a fail. Shoot. Mm-mm. But it seems to be just Oblivion and not... Like, Far Cry 6 seemed to be okay. Hmm. Well, I don't even know. Another thing to add to my list of to-dos. I mean, oh, so many things, man. Like, so many things to do. I have to like fix this entire setup, which I'm very grateful. Like, I got a new one, whatever. But now I got to shift everything over, and woe is me. But it's all right. So the plan is either we could just watch some things for tonight again. Far Cry 6 seems to be working. We could watch some Unsolved Mysteries. Like, we have options here. But son of a biscuit, Oblivion is just not doing its thing. That too. That too. That's an option as well. We have options. Which we haven't done in ages. Facts. Is Nico in here? We could watch his, well, we could watch his Weapon 5 reels real quick. Nico? Earthy Nico? I always lean into my mic, yeah, like I'm talking into my microphone, but I'm not even talking into my microphone. It's my freaking headset. Ah! We could watch him anyway. We're gonna do it. The first 9 paragraphs of an online brownie recipe. A full history of the family.
To LA. My father gets a job at the Palm restaurant. My uncle Junior works there, who was a Jehovah's Witness, believe it or not. He went from Catholic to Jehovah. So basically, my grandmother wanted us all to switch from Catholic to Jehovah. You know, meanwhile, we're from Harlem. My father's doing coke. You know, my mother thinks she's Aunt Margaret. She's teasing the hair with a bottle of vodka. You know, so dysfunctional, cross-addicted family, still cooking pasta on Sundays. And the meatballs, they wind up being burnt. Like, you know, it just got so dysfunctional. It got pretty bad. But we did move to Encino, and my father sent for us one by one. My mother first, because they were going to divorce.
Real.
And then she came out to Encino, and they were on their second honeymoon. Like, he's not in the mob. He's working for the Palm restaurant, making great money, serving like Johnny Carson and Larry Flint, and they're giving him these crazy tips. So we moved to LA. My father gets a job at the Palm.
That's hilarious. AOL dial-up is disappearing in September. What? For real? Gone for good? I did not see anything about it. Yeah, dude, AOL dial-up, that's been around for so long. Like, that's childhood. That's insane. That's kind of sad. Sad to see it go. Like, not that, like, I mean, who uses that anymore? But it's sad to see it go. Dang. I was really sad to see AIM go when that went. Like, that was a bummer. And now that's leaving? Dang. Beck, what's the verdict? Um, Nothing's working is the verdict. Oh shoot, and the stupid New York Times pages. I hate when it does this. AOL will end its dial-up internet service. Yes, it's still operating. That's crazy. Kind of sad though. I'm hanging if Discord is anyone wants to chat. So yeah, we're trying to figure out what to do. So like obviously Oblivion, I have to do some work and transfer it over from my old computer and do whatever. So that's the thing. Yeah, either I said we could watch the videos or Justin said like we could all hop in a Discord and just like chill if I didn't stream, or we could do so. I don't know. I don't even know. It's not just Oblivion. No, because I opened up Far Cry 6 and I think it said continue. Like, right? I'm not am I crazy? I think it's just Oblivion. Well, I only have two things downloaded. I only have Far Cry 6 And Oblivion downloaded. The Last of Us is downloading. Right? Am I crazy? Unless maybe it didn't work. It said the continue button was available, but maybe it doesn't work. So maybe I do have to transfer everything over. Which I'm gonna have Derek help me with, because I'm gonna be like, what do I do? Gonna be a pain in the booty, but apparently I have to do it. Ooh, or the channel you linked earlier. True, good point. That could be intriguing. I just gotta look at this quick. I gotta answer my own question. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, see, it says continue. I don't know where it's gonna take me though. Yeah. Why does this work? I'm curious. Oh, look at this big mic in the. So here we go. I don't know. Unsure. I'm very curious what happens when The Last of Us downloads and whatever else. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It'll all work out eventually. This is just how it goes, I guess. Did it end? I attended all of like 2 rounds of the event. Unfortunately, that was all I got to. Uh, I wanted some of the like glowing masks, but I just wasn't able to get to it. But there'll always be more events, and it'll be back eventually. Oh, it ended today. You did get 2? Which ones did you get? Any of them were cool. Like I have a bunch of the regular ones, but I didn't get any of the glowing ones. Oh, I got you. It's all good. Any of them would be cool to get. Well, at least this is loading. At least we're loading things. That's something. What happened? I were you in here when I opened Far Cry 6? I was able to load up my like my save on Far Cry 6. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand technology. I'm very curious what will happen when I get The Last of Us re-downloaded. But other than that, I can tell you the difference. Ooh, yeah. Learn me. Learn me the ways. Has their own cloud for your saves with their launcher. Oh. Okay. So it leapfrogs it for you. That makes sense. No wonder. So I'll probably still have a handful of things that I need to switch over or whatever. What, like a... Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you saying, like, does it require a separate launcher? Which I don't think so, if that's what you mean. Oh, we'll leave that over here. We watched something? Yeah, we could watch something. We got four more of these guys to watch. We watched Cosmo. But or you want to wait and see? Oh no, we can watch something. Might as well. We can either do Unsolved or we can do that page, which I still got up. Ruin Road? That might be interesting too. I don't know, just kill some time tonight. Lucy's convinced she's a real cat. She's a real cat. She's a cat, and I really don't know what to do about it.
And you're smart.
Stop it.
Tough room.
Oh my god.
The final poet for this evening will be.
Ugh, I love animals. Oh man, especially smush face animals. They just get me. I can't. You can trust what I say. For the love of God, please unmute. That's a dove. uh, oh my god, it's cute. It's too cute.
You ain't gotta chase it.
Professor McGonagall bragging to the rest of the professors about the first year she found to play. Oh, a seeker for Gryffindor. Okay.
You ain't gotta train him. This nigga is ready every morning. Soon as his foot touch the goddamn ground, so that nigga gone for the rest of the goddamn day. You ain't gotta chase.
I would watch a series focused on McGonagall's Quidditch days. Same. Same. Oh god, the only thing catching him is Dementor. Kind of cool. Ungrounded that I can't think of. This? What the heck would it have been? I don't even know. Weevils? Was there like a little like worm or caterpillar, like a weevil? I don't remember. Peep follow things again? Okay, I will. 1 second. Baby, watch baby corn receive the brain cell.
Oh boy, it's you.
Oh!
Oh boy, it's you.
It happened. The awakening. I saw it. I saw him catch the brain cell. Brain cell came in hot. The royal corn family. Oh my gosh. Your Majesty. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. Dang. You got the whole. I don't have him. I think I have him and maybe him. Him, maybe him. There's a corn. I don't have that corn guy. I don't have him. I for sure have these two guys. I don't know about this one. I believe I have those guys. The turkey was one of them I got. The one of two that I got this time around. I don't know if I have the Deathclaw. He's cool. I like the Deathclaw. The unicorn and the witch I have. I don't remember if I have him. The glowing corn is new for sure. Those guys are cool. He's goofy. I don't know if I have him. I remember seeing him, but I don't think I have him. Oh, there they are. Those are the two glowing ones. The glowing stuff is cool. Those are neat. I love that you have them all on display. That's awesome. I love events. The events are so fun. Go out and collect what you can of the gifts or whatever the items. Weevils, is this it? Oh, yes, that is it. That is the one. Play through the first act of Grounded too. Oh, Lee is playing right now. He's been telling me he's been playing Grounded 2 a lot, and I think he likes it a lot. He played the first one. He said it's really good so far. Been playing it. I'm mad I didn't get the glowing jackalope. I just wanted a jackalope in general. The glowing jackalope was really cool. I hope they bring it back at some point for the next one. I knew I wasn't tripping. No, you know your stuff. I'd be down. That was a lot of fun. And we never finished the actual story. Fully, exactly. Some very good additions, but some very weird decisions. There aren't zip lines? Oh, really? I wonder, that's interesting. Wonder why. So they basically just didn't add a very key item from the last game. And the map is bigger. They're coming eventually. Oh, that'd be nice. Okay. That wouldn't be so bad if, like, they're eventually bringing it. Like, alright. That is interesting. It's curious why they didn't add it to begin with. But if they're bringing it eventually, like, whatever, I guess. But yeah, weird. Very, very odd choice. Okay, let's. Right. But if it's coming, it's coming, then I guess we just have to have patience, right? Do you think they're taking liberties with the early access thing, though, which most developers do? To be expected. So is there any, like, specific good one on here? Because now we got some time to kill. 8:30. Got a couple hours. Probably until, like, 10:30. I'll link the one I watched. Perfect. 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 A mosquito buggy that will carry you around. Ah, that's interesting. I like it. I like it. I'm sure it's good. Heard good things so far about two. Did we watch the Chilean mystery video? I don't remember. I'd have to see it. About the UFOs in game. And the weird mural on top of Mount Chile. Maybe? About the UFOs in game. I cannot remember. With the egg and the jetpack and the UFO on top. Egg and the jetpack. Okay, now I'm not so sure. But maybe I'm just completely forgetting. But an egg? The egg? An egg isn't ringing a bell. Oh, wait. Okay, this photo is ringing a bell. We must have. We must have. It was way more simple than we thought. Wait, why? Went from very simple to extremely complicated and mysterious because everybody thought it was more complicated than it was. Everybody overthink it?
This is it. This is the video on the Mount Chiliad mystery. After hundreds of comments requesting it, we're finally here. Now, unlike many other YouTubers, I'm not claiming that I'm the first person to come to this conclusion. I'm sure many other players did in 2013, but for some reason the Mount Chiliad mystery remains in 2025. So there needs to be a video that puts an end to it before GTA 6 releases. Now, I know, an apparent former Rockstar employee did come out and say that there is no Mount Chiliad mystery. And to a degree that is correct, but the Mount Chiliad mural isn't just
Okay, I was gonna say, I remember going and seeing
in the
this.
game for no reason. It does have a meaning. And this entire conclusion ties into one of the videos that I posted a few weeks ago on the Fort Zancudo lights. So let's get straight into the famous mural found on top of Mount Chiliad. Now there are 3 symbols at the bottom of this mural, and these symbols are a lot simpler than we initially believed. The UFO symbol on the left represents 2 out of 3 UFOs that can be found at 100% completion. Notice how the line coming out of the UFO splits into 2 and then connects to the center in the same place. Next we have the jetpack symbol. The jetpack symbol represents flying, specifically flying up high. Notice how it once again splits into 2 before connecting into the center, and at the very bottom of this mural it has its own line connecting specifically to the UFO. This symbol is literally just telling us that we need to fly up really high to see the first 2 UFOs. Which is true, we do need to do that to see the Beam Me Up UFO and to see the Fort Zancudo UFO. They are both incredibly high up in the sky. But to see the Mount Chiliad UFO, we do not need a flying vehicle. So the jetpack was never a literal jetpack that we had to find. They could have put a symbol of a helicopter there and it would have meant the same thing. They only chose a jetpack because of the history of the jetpack in GTA San Andreas, which is the same reason why they put the blueprints for the old jetpack in the bunker in GTA Online and not the blueprints for the new jetpack. Now the third and final symbol is an egg, and this symbol represents us, the player. Our progress in the GTA 5 story as we slowly go from 0% completion to 100% completion. That is why there's a straight line going from the egg to the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye is the third UFO that appears once you hit 100%, the UFO hovering over Mount Chiliad. And that is why all of the lines on this mural end up connecting to the middle line, because the middle line is the progress line. You see, 100% progression is actually where these lines all connect. Just above halfway up the mural where the Fort Zancudo and the Beam Me Up UFO connects to the jetpack. That is 100%. But once you hit 100%, you're supposed to come back to Mount Chiliad. Witnessing the Mount Chiliad UFO is supposed to be the final thing you do. It quite literally says it at the top of the mountain, come back when your story is complete. And by that they don't just mean story mode, they mean 100%. Okay, so now we know what all 3 of these bottom symbols represent. Now let's move on to the 5 squares with X's inside. This part is incredibly simple. These represent the 5 glyphs. Glyphs are symbols, a visual way of conveying information. Now in case you didn't know already, there are actual glyphs on Mount Chiliad. 6 glyphs to be exact. We're not counting the this, because this is completely unrelated to those glyphs. And of course the lightning bolts obviously symbolize stormy weather. Now like I said, there are 6 glyphs. 5 of them are white and 1 of them is red. The red one is the all-seeing eye, which is at the very top of the mural, and the other 5 glyphs represent the 5 squares with X's inside. But why are they on the mural? Well, they serve as hints towards the player. Even their exact positioning on the Mount Chiliad mural is a hint. You see, these 5 X's are telling us exactly where these glyphs are on Mount Chiliad. So standing at the bottom of the mountain in a certain position in Palito Bay, we'll line up all of these glyphs perfectly as they are on the mural. But why would we need to do that? Perfect question. From this exact location, it's telling us where the UFOs are and how we can see them. Notice how there's 1 square with an X off to the left of the mural. That specific glyph is a white all-seeing eye, which means regular UFO. And it's off to the left telling us that there is a UFO on that side of the map.
Okay.
And it's correct, there is. The Beam Me Up mountain is on its own on that side of the map. And once you arrive at the Beam Me Up mountain, there are more glyphs on the floor telling you how to see this UFO. So we've covered the first box with an X inside off to the left. Now if we look at the other box at the bottom of the mountain, that is also an all-seeing eye. This one is simply telling us that there is a UFO at the top of Mount Chiliad. It's the original hint leading to the top of the mountain. Now if we take a look at the other 3 boxes with an X inside, these are simply requirements. The one on the right tells us we need to be here during the night, which is true. The UFO will only appear at 3 AM. The one on the far left tells us that it needs to be during stormy weather, which is also true. And the one in the middle tells us that it appears at the very top of the mountain. This is also one of the original glyphs that can be found near the Beam Me Up mountain. It's placed there as, let's say, a starting point for the Mount Chiliad mystery, to make you look up and see the huge mountain.
Oh. 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 I thought it was going to be another video. I see. Okay. Where it lines up where it needs to line. Okay. I got it. Open it up. Now that makes sense.
In front of you. Now there is no glyph on this mountain for the Fort Sancudo UFO, and I believe there is a good reason for that. I believe the white all-seeing eye glyphs represent the typical UFO in GTA 5, and only the typical ones. The Fort Sancudo UFO is not a typical UFO. I did cover this in my Fort Sancudo Strange Lights video a few weeks ago. The strange lights themselves are the hint towards that UFO, so there's no glyphs, it's the actual lights. Most things that can be found in this game are simply hints towards the UFOs. If any of you know about the red arrows that are around the map, this is classed as an unsolved mystery as well. They have the same purpose as the glyphs, that's why one of them can be found with a glyph. The purpose of the red arrows is simply to point you towards the 3 UFOs. Now I could have made a completely separate video on how I figured the red arrows out, but in the end I decided to just make it a part of this video, otherwise I'd just be repeating information. So I guess that mystery is also classed as solved once I drop this video. But back to the mural, because there's one last thing on this mural that we need to discuss, and that is the all-seeing eye at the very top. Now yes, it represents the UFO that spawns at 100%. But the whole point of this mystery is to tell us a little more. The reason they put a UFO at the top of Mount Chiliad is to show us the FIB logo spinning on the side of it. This means the FIB created these UFOs. They are the aliens. They are the all-seeing eye. The government controls the people, and this is proved perfectly with the Beam Me Up mountain. The FIB put a UFO over that location, and the alien hippies literally built a shrine below it to worship the aliens, who are in fact the FIB. So the Mount Chiliad mystery is a play on real life. The fact that the government, the people in power, control the population. And we can hit 100% all we like, we can get to the top of the mountain, but the UFO is still out of reach. Because we alone are not the all-seeing eye. So that's it, that's the Mount Chiliad mystery. A bit of a disappointment, I know, but that's only because we the player base wanted it to be more. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you're ever gonna like a video of mine, it should probably be this one. I think this is the most important video I've made. If you like GTA 5 mysteries, I've posted a bunch. Go check them out, subscribe, and
It's kind of comical, though. Like, now you look at it, it's like, oh, yeah. But I could see where people would dig deep to try to figure, crack the code.
Ladies and
gentlemen. We'll leave this. Okay, so we got the Washington County Strangler and I-70 Killer. Okay, cool. All right, not to bounce out one more time because I keep doing it, but I'm gonna get more water because I'll probably need it within our 45-minute episode. So I'll be right back real quick. Hold tight, and then we'll jump into this. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's roll. Let's get into it. I'm very intrigued.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a warning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The late 1970s around western Pennsylvania would start peacefully.
The Super Bowl champ, Chuck Knowles up there. Pittsburgh wins it 16-6.
The Pittsburgh Steelers had won their first Super Bowl and continued on a winning streak the following season. The nation's bicentennial events were in full swing the summer of '76, and Jimmy Carter would win the election that fall. But also starting that November, in the small southwestern city of Washington, Pennsylvania, the first of 5 young women would be found strangled over the following 8 months. That would kick off a reign of terror in the region that had everyone wondering if a serial killer was stalking their streets. While DNA evidence would eventually solve one of these crimes, it has only linked some of these murders between themselves with the DNA of an unknown person. To this day, whether they are responsible for just a few or all of the crimes remains as unanswerable as just who exactly the person or persons known as the Washington County Strangler is.
Goes on in San Francisco for the man known as the Zodiac Killer.
There could be a serial killer in Chicago.
The Oakland County child killer, Phantom Killer.
Frankfurt slasher.
4 children have now been murdered.
Has killed 5 and says he's going to kill again.
15 brutally murdered young women.
The pattern is the same.
One by one, the death count started rising.
A man in a mask robbed, tied, and stabbed them.
Strangled, stuffed in burlap bags.
It is highly unlikely that these women were murdered by separate men.
Where will the killer strike next? Police can't answer who or why.
That's the question that we'll never know.
I don't want to live the rest of my life wondering if this person's going to be caught.
I believe that there's someone out there that has knowledge.
And he's probably still at large.
If you know Rune Road, you know we value our privacy. In our personal life, it's not always easy to maintain. It will sell to scammers, spammers, and anyone else for requests on our behalf. This not only reduces the link below in the description.
As the body count began to add up, media outlets would focus on the 5 women killed in that 8-month time span. But if we widen our search, there are several other early murders that remain unsolved with a number of similarities. The first possible victim to fall to this killer was 14-year-old Rita Charay. It was the final school day before summer break when Rita got off her bus stop at the intersection of Valmont and Hamel Streets and began walking home in the Penn Hills area north of Pittsburgh. The high school had gotten out early due to racial tensions with desegregation having just been approved that April. About 5 hours later, a neighbor walking about 100 feet in these woods off of Hunter Road, just 200 yards from Sheray's home, would find her corpse. She had been strangled with her own belt and left partially nude, though there were no signs of sexual assault. With little to go on, Rita's case would be forgotten about for over a decade. 40 miles southwest, Rice's Landing is a small town of just 470 residents in 1973.
What'd you get?
It was October 5th that year when 8-year-old Deborah Makel got off her bus stop at Ferncliff Road in the small river town and began the 5-minute walk back to her home, which at the time was the last house on the left of Hoy Street, across the road from the home of the star. Described as a warm and outgoing girl, she loved to dance and cheer at her brother's sporting events, along with hanging upside down from trees and letting her long hair brush against the ground.
Can't go wrong with the king.
When her brothers arrived home later, they discovered their sister's books and keys on the table, but Deborah had vanished. A search party totaling 200 was launched the very next day, and they would head east into the wooded valley where Pumpkin Run Creek winds through the area. With no luck, the searchers returned the following day, and this time, across the water, about 200 yards from the Makel home, beside the stone wall of an old distillery building, someone looked under a pile of branches to find the body of Deborah. Though it was theorized someone had moved the body overnight, it would eventually be determined that her body was there the whole time. Someone had placed a pillowcase over the young girl's head, sexually assaulted her, and then strangled her with a piece of twine so viciously it had broken her larynx. The brutal murder shocked Rice's Landing to its core, with articles noting the area changed from that day on. In an area so small it didn't even have its own post office, children were terrified to sleep alone.
Phrases. Oh my gosh.
Kentucky Baptist minister and self-proclaimed psychic David Hoy offered his assistance on the case in April the following year, and after investigating, stated he had given the killer's name to
right
police.
down the road from a king,
but if
too.
that is
I'm like,
so,
man,
no one would ever be arrested.
how easy it would be to
Since the 1930s, the population of Ambridge, Pennsylvania had been declining, dipping below 10,000 at the end of the 70s for this northern borough of Pittsburgh. 3 years after the Deb Makel murder, it was the early morning hours of September 13th, 1976, when the Morningstar family received a phone call from their grandmother, who believed another one of her sons had gotten in a car accident in front of her home. Rushing out of their apartment at 1514 Church Street, they left their daughter, 12-year-old Heidi Morningstar, telling her to keep the door locked and not answer it for anyone. But after they learned Heidi's grandmother was mistaken, and they returned home 2 hours later, her parents discovered their front door was left open, and someone had stood on a cart to get high enough to open a window and gain access. Heidi was missing, but her younger brother was still fast asleep and had heard nothing. It was 2 days later, 4 miles south in the upper-class neighborhood of Edgeworth, when trash collectors turned onto Shields Lane. Just 270-some feet down, on the front lawn of the home of David Zugg, they noticed something about 3 or 4 feet past at what that time was tall hedges. It was Heidi Morningstar. Someone had bound her hands behind her back, shoved multiple handkerchiefs down her throat before gagging her and finally strangling her to death.
Oh, God.
As they each occurred in different outer boroughs of Pittsburgh over 5 years, it would take 2 or more heinous crimes before the public would take notice that young women were dying in remarkably similar ways.
The guilt would weigh so hard.
However, it was less than 2 months after Heidi's murder that the next crime occurred. Penn Hills lies to the east of Pittsburgh.
Turn into John
Just
Wick.
4 miles south from where Rita Charay lived, Barbara Lewis had turned 30 just a few days before November 19, 1976, when she left her parents' home at 425 Long Road to go to work. Barbara would walk up the block to the bus stop where Long intersects with Paris and Joan Drives, just before 6:30 a.m. By the time the bus would arrive, Barbara had disappeared. No one even had a chance to realize she was missing when 3 hours later, a mile down the road, a cleaning woman at the Black Ridge Civic Association would exit out the rear of the building to take some trash to the dumpster in the parking lot. When she opened the receptacle, she saw something that would haunt her forever. The partially nude body of Barbara Lewis had been tossed inside. Her hands had been tied behind her back, and a paper gauze had been violently stuffed into her nose and mouth before she too had been strangled. 6 days later, another couple miles down the road, children playing in the woods behind Woodlawn Cemetery in Wilkinsburg would discover Barbara's coat, blouse, and purse. While Barbara would never be officially counted as a victim of the Washington Strangler, it was that very same day, down in Washington, that the serial killer would claim another life. Just 1 day before Thanksgiving, Susan Rush would clock out of her job at Murphy Mart, inside the Washington Mall. The 21-year-old was described by her family as a deeply religious woman who had never been on a date. She had just earned her beautician license and was hoping to get a job in that career field when she went missing. Susan's family would begin searching for her on their own, and the next morning, one of her brothers would spot her car about a quarter of a mile away from the mall, near the beginning of North Avenue. Inside the trunk, he found the body of his sister. After being sexually assaulted, Susan had been strangled with what was believed to be a shoestring so tightly that her larynx was fractured. Her bra and panties were left on the front seat, while her clothing had been put back on, but was inside out. A detective would be assigned to look at the Barbara Lewis murder to see if there was any connection, but less than a month later, they stated the murders were unrelated, as was the strangulation of 16-year-old Donna Murphy 1 month later, when they arrested Donna's 15-year-old neighbor after he reported he discovered the girl's body in the woods behind Heron Hill Middle School in Pittsburgh. Located 19 miles upriver from Ambridge, Beaver Falls had also been losing its population at a similar rate, with the 1980 census recording just over 12,500 residents. In the hills to the west of the city, 12th Avenue was and still is a quiet residential street, separated by the railway from the main roads. It was on this street that 5-year-old Stephanie Ann Bowler would leave her house to walk a block and a half up to visit a friend on Saturday, January 8th, 1977. But as several of that family's children had a flu, their mother turned the child away so she would not catch the bug as well, and watched as she would begin the short walk back home. Typically, Stephanie would bring Genghis, the family dog, with her, but that day she had chosen to walk alone. Her parents were divorced, so it was not until that night when her mother returned home from work that she found her daughter missing. The Army Reserve would join with local police to form a search
that was my
party,
thought too.
going
Like,
under the premise
why
that
would
either a
you let them
transient
walk
or
that
someone
far
she
by
knew
themselves?
had picked her up off the street. As days turned into weeks, her family would remain hopeful that Stephanie was still alive. One day before Valentine's that
Back
year,
then it was
20
pretty
miles to
normal.
the east of
Yeah.
Washington, in the small river town of
Yeah.
North Charleroi,
Like,
16-year-old Mary...
My nephew is 5. I can't even imagine him going to the mailbox by himself. I'm like, nope. You're holding my hand. We're going out to the mailbox. Like, don't get too close to the road. Don't go anywhere. Like, I can't imagine being like, yeah, go ahead. Go down to the friend's house a block away or whatever. No. No, 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 no.
Jency would leave
Absolutely
her
not.
home at 574 7th Street to take the bus to a soda shop where she liked to hang out. When she didn't arrive, her friend reported her missing and her purse would be found on the ground about 4 miles away in Fallowfield Township. Just over a week later, about 2.5 miles southwest of her home, a pair of deer hunters were walking along Gun Club Road when they spotted something 150 feet off the road into a hayfield. Lying amongst her scattered clothing was the frozen, naked body of Mary Jency. Investigators would state that this would be one of the most brutal murders they had ever seen. After being sexually assaulted, someone would bash her head with what appeared to be a hammer just 4 hours after she had vanished. An autopsy would show she had been pregnant.
Yikes. Oh.
Just below the Pittsburgh International Airport to the west of Pittsburgh itself is the rural area of Imperial. It was St. Patrick's Day that year, March 17, 1977, when Deborah Capiola left her family's isolated home on Point Park Road to make the nearly mile walk up to her bus stop by the intersection with Lincoln Highway.
Yep.
Typically, the 17-year-old's brother accompanied her, but today he was homesick. When her mother left for work 20 minutes later, she noticed Debbie's books and nurse's smock about 75 feet from the bus stop. But she wasn't too worried, assuming that Debbie had dropped them in a rush to catch the bus. So she collected them and brought them to the technical school where the girl was taking nursing classes, only to learn that Deborah had not made it there. As the search intensified and prayer meetings were held at the family's church, information about Debbie's home life came out. Reportedly, she was unhappy living with her mother and stepfather, and she and her brother wanted to move to her grandparents. But 10 days later, what everyone suspected as being a runaway would take a dark turn when her coat, shoes, and purse were found in the woods near an old strip mine in the Sunny Hill Farms area off of Bald Knob Road, 3 miles from her home. Today, that area has been developed extensively, but the body of water that her yellow jacket was pulled from still remains.
Oh.
Police began to drain the pond expecting to find her body, but the next day, 2 searchers would find Debbie beneath a row of pine trees about 2 miles away, lying face down just 300 feet from the Greater Pittsburgh Gun Club. Clothed in just her bra, one of the girl's jean pant legs had been used to strangle her and was left wrapped around her throat. A composite was released of a man seen speeding along this road recently, along with another composite of a man who attempted to abduct a 43-year-old housewife as she was jogging 1 month prior, and that incident was investigated as being linked. 2 months after Capiola's disappearance, 18-year-old Brenda Ritter left her boyfriends to drive back home after they had a dinner date in the Washington Mall on the stormy night of May 18, 1977. Well aware of the recent murders, Brenda's boyfriend and his mother both ensured that her car doors were locked before sending her on her way. She would always phone her family to let them know if she was running late. So when she did not arrive home that night, her parents assumed the storm had knocked the lines out, but when they called her boyfriend the next morning, they learned she had indeed left, and panic set in. That same morning, her abandoned car would be found on Rankin Road, just before the intersection with Zedekert outside of town of 84, which was strangely in the opposite direction of her own home. Her car door window was rolled halfway down, and her purse and belongings were scattered on the passenger side seat, but her driver's license and wallet were missing, leading to the speculation that a cop or someone pretending to be one had pulled her over. Just as a search party was being formed, a police helicopter would spot the nude body of Brenda about 200 yards off Roop Road on this grassy hill less than a mile from where her car was found.
Or both. The visuals are nice. Yeah,
She was wearing
it helps
only
to,
her
like,
socks
see
and
everything.
shoes, while the rest of her clothes were found 50 feet away. After sexually assaulting her, her killer had used a stick to twist Brenda's underwear around her neck to strangle her.
Oh!
A horse brush would be discovered in the area, but the owner of the property stated it was not his, nor had it been there earlier that week. However, a woman would eventually come forward that she had lost it while driving along the road. A sketch of a man seen hitchhiking in the area the day of the murder would be released, along with the image of a bracelet engraved with the name Jack that had been discovered in the woods about a mile away.
Moving up.
Is it a man's bracelet or a woman's?
Yes, it's a man's bracelet.
Ah.
It's a Spidell bracelet, and it has the name Jack
Things
on
are
it.
falling. We're fine. Fine.
We've taken this bracelet to the jewelers in the Washington area. They were unable to
No
identify
worries.
the printing.
Things are just falling off my
They
desk.
say the unusual thing about it that there's both upper and lowercase letters used on the engraving, and most of the engraving done in this area is all uppercase.
While these were all tenuous clues at best, the public was terrified with 4 women dying in such a short time, and petitions were started pleading that the FBI join in the search for the killer, which turned into outright protest after the local district attorney did not reach out. Brenda's former employers would put out a $5,000 reward,
super cool.
while Deborah Capiola's friends and family would raise
Lazy AI
$7,500 of their
Dude,
own money.
especially the ones that, like, yeah, AI, they can't even talk. They let AI do the entire video, and then it's all AI images. This is way more effort and way cooler. Like, it gives you, I don't know, a lot more perspective on what happened, and yeah. Not as lazy.
A reward.
I like it.
Bell Telephone Company reported that there had been an influx of obscene phone calls reported in the wake of the media, with people calling telling women that they were next, or other things, leading many phones to be tapped for evidence. Police stated a 20-person task force was working on the Ritter, Capiola, Gency, and Rush murders. While they were hesitant to link those murders, it was learned that Brenda's sister worked at the Murphy department store in the mall with Susan Rush, and Brenda's car was previously owned by that same sister.
We're not ruling it out, but we just wouldn't say, just like you, we wouldn't state that they're directly linked, or they're not. We don't know. There's nothing to show us that they are. 3 were strangled out of the 4. All were sexually assaulted.
We have no concrete evidence which ties in the 4 or 5 which have taken place in this county and the surrounding area. It could go either way at this point. We were talking earlier, I'm not convinced in either way right now. We hope evidence in the next day or so, maybe the next few hours, would change that, give us some lead, lead us to a specific person. That's not forthcoming at this present time, and I can't give you anything more.
Sovchak and other police officials say that there's no need to panic, but the concern is evident among some Washington County residents. It's been reported applications for gun permits have increased, and parents are walking their children to and from bus stops. But Sovchak and the other police officers say they're optimistic that the beefed-up investigation will net results. For Newsfront, I'm Andrea Weisgerber.
As the panic mounted in Washington County, less than a month after Brenda's murder, another crime would occur about 20 miles west near Wheeling, West Virginia.
Well, same
It
target,
would soon be proven
same
the killer
age, similar
had
rooms,
moved to a new state.
Too much of it adds up.
After completing her master's degree in theology, 26-year-old Roberta Elam had moved to Ogle Bay Park, West Virginia, to enter into the novitiate to become a nun. Sister Robin, as she was known, was well liked by all. She loved jogging and writing poetry. She drove around an orange sports car and, despite it being forbidden, wanted to become a priest. She had just moved into the mother house at the Sisters of St. Joseph to begin the process of becoming a nun when, less than 2 weeks later, on June 13, 1977, she left the building to sit on a bench overlooking the convent about 100 yards away. In the middle of an 8-day silent retreat, Roberta was only allowed to leave the building to pray, which is what she had been planning to do this morning. A little less than 4 hours later, a caretaker would notice the bench had been overturned and followed it 30 feet down to discover Sister Robin's body. A trail of broken grass made police believe her killer had snuck up behind her as she sat on the bench, then dragged her over a fence where they were out of sight from both the convent and the next door golf course. Her body showed no signs of defensive wounds, and she had been strangled by hand, face to face. Her shirt had been ripped down. A sketch of a man seen walking up to the convent grounds right before the murder was released. His car was also witnessed sitting around outside the convent a few days prior, and it was noted that several religious bumper stickers and pamphlets were inside the vehicle.
I just got chips chucked at me. Good lord. Okay. Yeah. Did you see them come flying? 2 bags of chips. Just. I was not prepared for that. Yeah. Yeah. That's aggressive. Like, dang. Was not
He's
ready
never
at all.
been identified. Likewise, a group of salvage workers
Here
were
we are.
interviewed because they had made crude remarks to Roberta and other nuns a few days prior,
I'll
but
take
they
it.
were all declared innocent. A local man named John Shoplack, who had made incriminating comments, was also eliminated via blood found at the crime scene.
But Rendar says that the case is far from being at a standstill. The investigation, he says, has taken on direction. The number of men working on the case has been increased to 25, and there are new leads coming in every day from citizens. For Newsfront, I'm Andrea Weisgerber.
Police would investigate for links between the Washington murders, and despite publicly stating they did not believe there to be any, still continued to work with the Pennsylvania police.
A connection between the sister Roberta Elam rape murder and four similar cases since last November in Washington County, Pennsylvania, still has not been ruled out. And authorities say they are depending on the public conscience to help them out in this investigation.
I ain't mad at it.
This is Brady Run Park in Beaver Falls, just 5 miles south from where Stephanie Bowler went missing in January 1976. Some 10 months later, on November 6, 1977, a pair of boys would head off the trail to search for some bottles and would inadvertently solve a mystery. As they were...
And I don't know if you saw it earlier, but it makes it even better that it's Pokemon snacks. Pokemon popcorn. Even better.
Walking, they discovered a boot lying on the ground. Next, they found a coat lying close by. Something white was protruding from the arm of that coat. It was a bone.
Oh.
Police would find the rest of the bones identified as Stephanie Bowler scattered in close proximity. And an autopsy would reveal she had died from a heavy blow that would crush her skull. It was believed she had been killed elsewhere and then taken into the woods and dumped. Less than 3 weeks after the discovery of that, another young girl would go missing.
One after
On the
another.
anniversary of Susan Rush's murder, the day before Thanksgiving 1978, 6-year-old Beth Barr's class would be let out an hour early from the Johnston Elementary School in the Wilkinsburg neighborhood of Pittsburgh. Her walk home was a short one, heading behind the school down Ardmore Boulevard, on a Marlborough, and then on a Traymore Avenue. It was here that someone would report seeing a man carrying a girl matching Beth's description and putting her into his car. The description of that man and his vehicle would then match that of a man who had accosted a woman standing at the bus stop in front of what was then an automotive repair shop just across the street from the school. After pulling into this parking lot, he made a crude comment to which she replied she would call the police, causing him to do a U-turn and drive off. She still decided to write the car's license plate number down. That same car would be the one seen abducting Beth. A similar car would be traced down belonging to a rental agency, but had no records of being used on the day of the abduction. In December the following year, police found yet another car matching the description abandoned in the Oakland neighborhood of Pittsburgh. Inside were sunglasses, an axe handle, empty beer cans, and a large amount of gravel. The car would be dismissed as related, but the very next day, a salesman would be arrested for Beth's murder. He would be released just a few days later after he provided a solid alibi for being in Johnstown at the time of the abduction. 2 weeks later, 2 girls would report that a man matching the composite...
You stop it right now or I'll call the police. Pops U-turn immediately. Understandable. Have a great day. You know what? You're right. You're right. I'm out. Have a great day.
Attempted to abduct them in North Sewickley Township before a neighbor intervened. It was March 29th, 1979, when a man walking his dog in the woods across from the Duck Pond area of Wrestling Memorial Park in Monroeville would stumble onto Beth's skeleton.
Dang.
The area had been searched extensively following her abduction, as the car rental was located nearby. An autopsy would conclude she had been stabbed several times in the chest before being covered with brush. 2 months later, just outside of Washington, another woman would be strangled.
So it goes.
Police responded to a wellness check at the small upper apartment of 24-year-old Margie Marie Fitch, where they found her beaten and strangled body. She had last been seen leaving her factory job the morning prior. Her killer had busted a window in the back to enter, smashed her over the head with a soda bottle, and then strangled her with his bare hands on the living room floor. This time, in a matter of weeks, police had an arrest. 22-year-old Floyd Philby lived just a mile away and was known to have frequently bothered the woman. He would be given a life sentence for the murder.
22.
In October that year, 3 men would also be arrested for the 1976 murder of Heidi Morningstar. A 15-year-old girl at the time of the crime had come forward saying that she had helped abduct Heidi as part of a retaliation for someone in the family owing the men money.
Wow.
The group then drove to Brady's Run Park and camped out before taking her to a nearby parking lot and finally strangling her with a nylon stocking.
Yeah.
At the trial, her testimony would be disputed as, by her own admission, she had taken multiple drugs throughout the time of the kidnapping, as well as it being learned that this story had come out during a hypnotism session. After a very lengthy case, even going to the Supreme Court for a ruling on hypnotism, the charges would be dropped after her testimony was ruled inadmissible. As the county entered the 1980s, the panic around western Pennsylvania subsided. Had the killer stopped? Had he been caught? Or had police simply stopped looking for links? About 30 miles north of Pittsburgh lies the small city of Zelienople. It was September 22nd, 1981, when 16-year-old Michelle Riedenbach would leave her after-school job at this building, which at that time was Mel Den's Appliances, to walk a few blocks south to the Shop and Save. Though she had felt sick that morning, senior pictures were scheduled at her high school, so Michelle got dressed and headed in. After school at Melden, she had phoned a coworker who called out sick and asked how she was feeling, before Michelle said she was going to head 1 block southwest to what at that time was the Shop and Save pharmacy to pick up some cold medicine for herself. Just 25 minutes later, Michelle's mother stopped in to ask if she would like to come visit with her sister, who was in the hospital at the time, after she suffered a stroke some months before. Though she was known to be an avid smoker, Michelle had not taken her purse or cigarettes with her, intending to head right back from the store, which she was confirmed to have arrived to. However, on her walk back, after she was reported by her boss seen speaking to someone in a red car in the parking lot, she vanished. 1 month later, and 35 miles to the south, just below Pittsburgh, it was October 26, 1981, when 15-year-old Christine Gunther left her home to walk to the bus stop in front of this gas station across from Donaldson's Crossroads Plaza in McMurray, a small city about halfway between Pittsburgh and Washington. Christine had plans to attend a Steelers game with her father that night, and when she hadn't returned home in time, they phoned the police. This time, it did not take long to learn what happened to Christine. 5 days later, on Halloween, a hunter was coming to this gravel area off Cecil Sturgeon Road, just over the Washington County line and just south of the airport. Only 20 feet into the brush was the partially covered body of Christine. Unlike the previous decade's murders, where it appeared the women were murdered shortly after their abductions, Christine had been held captive for around 3 days before she was hit on the head with an axe so violently that the blade sunk into her skull.
Ew.
Her killer then brought her fully clothed here and threw leaves over her corpse at some point less than 24 hours before she was discovered. A reward fund would be started, just as the money from Susan Rush's murder 5 years prior was being returned after her case had gone cold. It was just 5 days after Christine was found that the next schoolgirl would go missing. About 13 miles directly east of McMurray is the small riverside city of Clairton. It is here, on Van Kirk Street, where 14-year-old Toni McNatt left her house on November 5, 1981, to walk to her high school's pep rally. She would last be spotted about half a mile north on this section of Miller Street by her own mother, who worked at a bar formerly located here.
Where's my body? No, nothing. We were clueless. It's like she just disappeared off the face of the earth, and nobody just disappears.
Perhaps optimistically, similarities to Michelle Riedenbach's disappearance were noted far more than Christine Gunther's murder, and a massive search around Clairton was conducted, but Toni was not found. A year later, though, investigators would learn an ominous bit of information that her mother had withheld at the time. When she returned home from work that night, the woman saw the clothes Toni was wearing as she passed by the bar hanging in the basement, soaking wet. Toni's father was known to be abusive towards his children, and the girl had previously made statements that she wanted to run away. Sam would be given a polygraph test, which he reportedly failed. However, he was never charged, and both of Toni's parents have since passed away, perhaps taking the truth of where their daughter is to their grave.
Lovely.
As with the previous string of murders, they seem to stop as suddenly as they started. E.T. and Thriller would sweep across the nation, while Cabbage Patch Kids became a holiday sensation. A bombing in Beirut would kill 240 U.S. military personnel, while the Soviet Union would shoot down Korean Airlines Flight 007 when it mistakenly entered Soviet airspace. The first update to any of these cases would come in 1984, when police would announce they had made an arrest in Rita Charet's 1971 murder. Joseph Marine Jr. had been 15 at the time and lived in the same neighborhood. Rita's family stated they knew the two children had gotten into arguments in the past, but recently, after rereading statements from Joseph at the time, police would travel down to Louisiana, where Joseph was in jail for 2 attempted assaults on women there. He would be extradited back to Pennsylvania, and after several years' delays, the case would eventually be overturned when it was learned he had not been read his Miranda rights at the time of the interview. In the ensuing decades, cases would be periodically reopened and closed with little findings until DNA evidence would get the first hit in the year 2000. Semen found on Deborah Capiola's jeans back in 1977 would get a hit to a man named David Kennedy. At the time of the murders, witnesses saw a maroon Oldsmobile speeding in the area of Deborah's abduction. The car matched one owned by David, who was 20 at the time, and told his coworkers he was late that day because his car had gotten a flat tire. In 2001, David Kennedy would receive a life sentence for just Deborah Capiola's murder. DNA evidence found on Susan Rush and Roberta Elam would match to the same unknown person, but it was not David Kennedy. In 2010, DNA evidence found on Mary Jency would match her boyfriend at the time, Robert Irwin, and that of another man, David Davali. Though not everyone was convinced of their guilt.
Well, the murder happened back in 1977 here in the Charleroi area when a pregnant 16-year-old was murdered. And now 5 decades later, both the family of the man who's in jail
like
for
you're
her
trained
murder
to do that. You should
and
know
some of the victim's family
immediately
both
to do
say
that.
he's innocent.
Yeah, exactly.
Every day.
Cindy Irwin says her brother, Robert, is in jail for something he didn't do. His
Way too
16-year-old
simple and
girlfriend,
important.
Mary
Like,
Gency, was
that's
killed
the
in
first thing you do.
1977, brutally beaten to death while pregnant with his child at the time. But it wasn't until 2010 that DNA evidence emerged, and both Irwin and a man named David Duvally were arrested. Irwin was convicted in 2011, sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison.
We want the truth to come out. He was wrongfully convicted.
Of course, it's one thing that Irwin's own sisters believe he's innocent. Another, though, that Mary Gency's own brother does too.
I know he's innocent. There's not enough evidence against him.
Gency and the Irwin sisters also question the integrity of the judge who convicted Robert Irwin. Judge Paul Pazanski himself was later convicted of stealing and using cocaine that was criminal evidence. Pazanski convicted Irwin during the time of his cocaine theft and use. The Irwin family's attorney filed a petition under the Post-Conviction Relief Act, a type of appeal. Next, the DA has to respond, and the new judge will schedule an evidentiary hearing and then make a ruling. If he grants the petition, the conviction against Robert Irwin is thrown out.
While the appeal would be denied, Robert Irwin would be quietly released from prison in 2020. David Duvally would receive just a few years jail time for stating he witnessed Irwin beat his girlfriend to death, while Irwin insisted it was Duvally who killed her. In 2021, after airing a story on Beth Barr's cold case, an anonymous letter arrived to police.
Tonight, in an unsolved murder case dating back decades, we told you the captivating story of the abduction and murder of 6-year-old Beth Lynn Barr last year. After our story aired, we heard from many of you.
Yes, we did, and police got an anonymous letter, Lisa, pointing the finger at a possible suspect.
A 4-page handwritten letter suggests that a deceased former police officer may have abducted and murdered 6-year-old Beth Lynn Barr. She vanished the day before Thanksgiving, 1977. The anonymous author writing, quote, "In 1977, I was one of many who went to search for this beautiful, innocent little girl. This case has affected me my entire adult life." She goes on to say she knows Beth's parents and then poses this question. "I'm wondering, and have been, if someone is deceased, yet worked as a police officer, if perhaps their fingerprints DNA could possibly help to solve this horrendous, heartbreaking case, so that Beth's soul, spirit, and Charlie and Donna could finally have closure. I feel so terrible at even writing and sending this to you."
I've read this letter many times.
Bobby Payne is a retired Allegheny County detective who worked the case for years. He's now the chief in Edgewood. He says the officer in question was never a suspect, and he says the letter fails to offer any real proof.
While the author of this letter, who says she was a teenager at the time, raises some facts about the case, she then goes off on some tangents, describing strange interactions with that police officer and how she loved him.
She ends the letter writing, quote, "I'm not ending this by signing my name. I will come forward if this is ever proven. I vowed years ago that I will not stop when it comes to Beth Lynn Barr, and after seeing Donna Barr on the news last night, I knew I had to reach out to you. Please take me seriously. Donna Barr still doesn't know who wrote the letter. Meanwhile, Chief Payne is urging the author to come forward."
As it stands right now, unless this woman is willing to come forward and sit down face to face and not have an interview but an interrogation, I don't see any value in that letter. There's no evidentiary value whatsoever.
If there is any truth to these letters, it has never been stated.
Yeah, exactly. It won't stop.
A police officer or someone impersonating one was suspected at the time of the murders. David Kennedy would be intensely looked at in relation to the rest of the cases, but no links could ever be found. In a time period when it was all too frighteningly easy to abduct children, we know for a fact that at least one serial killer was prowling western Pennsylvania for young women, and many believe that 2 or more others were operating in the region at the same time. DNA evidence in Deborah Makel's and several other of these cases has been entered in the national database, but as yet, no matches have ever been announced.
That's nuts.
In time, future developments may have success, but as the years go on, justice for the murdered women of Washington County, Pennsylvania, grows colder.
Dang. That's so messed up. This is like very super well done though, like you said, like the footage and the visuals, and there's a lot of effort put into this. Oh, just a few days ago, dang. This was #1. Very, very interesting. Wow. That one got deep. There's a lot to that one. Whew.
Gentlemen, this is a warning.
How many subs does this dude have? 90,000? Okay, good. So you better have like a decent following.
Interstate 70 is a primary transport route running across almost the entire United States, with sections of it being named as the first and last interstates built. Spanning over 2,000 miles through 10 states in the heart of America, millions of people use this route each year to travel for family, work, and entertainment. But some use the route for more nefarious means. Over the course of 2 months in spring 1992, an unidentified man would strike at least 5 times in different cities along the highway, killing 6 store clerks in quiet shopping plazas using a particular method and gun.
A shoe store in Indianapolis.
Well, now I'm curious. Let's look. 8 years ago. I mean, not like super long, but like a decent amount.
A ceramic shop in Terre Haute, a bridal shop in Wichita, an herbal medicine store outside Kansas City, another shoe store near St. Louis. All murder scenes.
Yeah, okay,
Victims
that's
of what
weird.
Police in 4 states are
like
almost
8 years ago
sure
sounds
is a
like a decent
serial
amount.
killer.
But then you hear 2017 and it's like, that wasn't very long ago. Kind of was, but like that's not that long ago. But like it kind of isn't. That's weird. It's weird. Yeah. It like if I would have looked at 2017, it's not so bad. Fairly new. 8 years ago, I'm like, it's not super old, but it's like kind of a while ago. Yeah, you know how it goes. You know how it goes.
What if he didn't stop there? A similar crime spree would happen in Texas the following year, and other murders the next decade have had similarities. In 2021, the FBI would join a task force with the goal of capturing this serial killer before he could strike again. 3 years later, though witnesses and DNA exist, they have still not had any luck in identifying the man known only as the I-70 killer.
Yes, that part. Exactly.
Goes on in San Francisco
10 years
for the
ago?
man known as
That was
the
like
Zodiac
elementary school,
Killer.
man.
Could be a serial killer in Chicago.
What you mean I was already graduated?
Frankfurt slasher.
4 children have now been murdered.
What you mean?
15 brutally murdered young women.
The pattern is the same.
Right, 2003, somewhere around there. That seems about right for 10 years ago.
Robbed, tied, and stabbed them.
Strangled, stuffed in burlap bags.
It is highly unlikely that these women were murdered by someone.
It ain't right.
Where will the killer
right.
strike next?
Police can't answer who or why.
That's the question that we'll never know.
I don't want to live the rest of my life wondering if this person's going to be caught.
I believe that there's someone out there that has knowledge, and he's probably still at large.
WrestleMania 8 would bring in over 72,000 people to the former Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, Indiana on April 5th, 1992. But 3 days later, on Wednesday, April 8th, 8 miles northeast of the event, things were quiet in this section of Pendleton Pike. Back then, this Batteries Plus was a Payless shoes store, and where 26-year-old Robin Fuldauer was covering the shift of another employee that morning. Having graduated college 4 years earlier, she had high hopes of starting a family soon, and began working at Payless June 1991 after managing another shoe store in Lafayette since graduation. Across the street, an employee would notice a man sitting on the curb seeming to watch the store while rifling through his bag that afternoon. An hour later, after being unable to get Robin to answer, the store's manager would phone the next door Speedway and ask the clerk to go over and check the store.
The store's manager was unable to reach the clerk on the phone, so he called Lucretia Gullett and asked her to investigate.
Upon entering, the clerk would see the store empty and the cash register open, prompting her to leave and phone police. When arriving, they would head to the back room and find the body of Robin. She had been shot twice in the head.
Investigators have found out all they can at the scene of Robin Fuldauer's killing. What's missing is the chance to talk to the one person who may have the most information about what really happened.
We know that the last known transaction in the store happened at 1:12 p.m. yesterday. That individual bought a pair of man's shoes and a pair of women's shoes. Who that person is, we don't know, and they're certainly not a suspect at this point, but we would ask if they know that they were in the establishment, the shoe store, around that time. We would like to talk with them.
Payless was closed today. A sign on the door says it will reopen tomorrow. An assistant manager told us he had been instructed not to comment on the killing, but he said Fuldauer, an IU grad, was a nice person. Police say they have questioned most of Fuldauer's co-workers, not as suspects, but to gain information. Next door at the Speedway station, customers still can't believe someone was killed just next door in broad daylight.
They couldn't have gotten that much money, and they really shouldn't have killed somebody over a couple of dollars.
Police are sticking with the theory the motive for the killing is robbery. Fuldauer, who was working alone at the time of the killing, died of a gunshot wound to the head. Deborah Zoller, Fox 59 Nightcast.
It was believed her killer had come into the front door, either followed or forced her to the back, and then exited through that door back here, and then hitchhiking his way to the highway. Payless would put up a reward of $5,000 for what everyone assumed was a robbery gone wrong. Little did they know, the killer had already struck again. Just 3 days after, and almost 700 miles away, he had arrived to the Midas Center Plaza in Wichita, Kansas.
Oh, the sunset.
The LeBron D'Elegance store was conjoined with Sir Knight Tuxedo and was owned and operated by 32-year-old Patricia Majors, who had opened them 5 years prior. Normally closing at 6 p.m. on Saturday, Majors had agreed to stay late for a customer to come and pick up a cummerbund, along with her employee, 32-year-old Patricia Smith.
Dude, this button's been broken for so long, and then I realized we hear all that. I had to. It got cranked. I cranked it a little too loud, and then I had to turn it on. But it's been a struggle for so long. I just realized now that, yeah, y'all probably hear it because I'm using my freaking microphone. Not this one that I keep talking into. Yeah, no, my little wheel on here for my volume is like broken, so I have to like scroll it a million times before it actually works. So we're good. We're good.
Wichita State University student studying to become a pediatrics nurse.
But yeah, it doesn't work very well.
Just a short time after 6, someone knocked on the door and one of the women opened it, thinking it was a customer. Instead, it was a man with a gun.
More technical issues.
Police believe he was unaware 2 workers were inside, but would shepherd them both into the back room where he would shoot them both in the back of the head, execution style. It was around 6:30 that the actual customer would arrive and enter the store, shocked to find a man pointing a gun at him. The man tried to get him to come into the back room with him, but the customer refused, and the gunman told him to leave. It took him about an hour before he would make an anonymous phone call to police, stating a gunman was in the shop. Responding officers would find the keys still dangling in the door, and inside found Majors dead and Smith barely alive. She would die in the hospital that night.
The victims have been identified as 32-year-old store owner Patricia Majors and her 23-year-old assistant, Patricia Smith. Police say the women were staying open late for a customer when they were murdered. 2 women who apparently were the last customers in the formal wear shop. They believe the murder suspect was in the store with them right around the 6 o'clock closing time.
He waited until we left.
Because it was between the time we left and the time the customer came. And he waited till we left. Because we didn't have any money and he planned on robbing them. He waited till we left.
Almost immediately, a flag went up about a related case, but it wasn't the murder of Robin Fuldauer. It was October 11, 1986, when someone entered the Formal Wear by Sir Knight store in Kansas City and would shoot 3 employees in the head before robbing the store. Police would soon discount the theory that they were connected, as the prime suspect in that case was an African-American man already in prison for another robbery, but dutifully checked out over 50 leads. A sketch artist would work with the witness to release this composite sketch. Less than a week later, Indianapolis police would reach out to compare notes, but yet again, the killer had already struck a third time. 40-year-old Michael McCown had been a bass player and toured the country performing his music before he returned home to Terre Haute, Indiana and purchased his mother's ceramics store in 1987 after she retired.
What?
Sylvia's Ceramics stood in what is now the parking lot of this plaza, the original store almost all the way up to the sidewalk on this busy street. After a chiropractor appointment in the morning of April 27th, Michael considered taking the day off, but had come in anyways and was
What? Wait, what? The police guy. I thought you were talking about this dude. I was like, huh? The police sketch. No, that one? No, 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 no. Uh, this guy? Wait, who's that? No, that guy, he looks like somebody else. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, yep. Yeah. Uh-huh. Throw some glasses on him for Toto. Okay, I got you. Oh man. Oh man. I done did it now. I meant to. Dang it. Where were we? I don't even know where we were. We'll find.
32-year-old Patricia Smith. They fell
Dang
against
it.
Miles. The killer had already.
No, we're
Just
past this.
3
Where are
days
we?
after, and
That's
almost
5 minutes
700
in.
miles away,
News Terre Haute.
a number of questions exist in the McCown murder.
Oh God, where are we? Oh, I did it again. Shoot. The composite sketch was. I'm sorry. The old place that she worked at, the place here. Ha!
Before he returned home to Terre Haute, Indiana, and
I
purchased his
know.
mother's ceramics store in 1980.
I tried to do the same thing. I was gonna click and make the screen bigger. Nope, did it again. Goofed up again.
87 after she retired.
We got
Sylvia's
it.
Ceramics stood in what is now the parking lot of this plaza, the original store almost all the way up to the sidewalk on this busy street. After a chiropractor appointment in the morning of April 27th, Michael considered taking the day off, but had come in anyways and was kneeling down by a shelf just inside when someone entered around 4 p.m. and shot him in the back of the head, then stealing $50 from the cash register and taking his wallet.
A customer entering this ceramic store made the horrible discovery this afternoon. Just inside the front window of Sylvia's Ceramics lay a man's body. 40-year-old Michael McCown, the shop's owner, suffered a single gunshot wound to the head. Vigo County Coroner Dr. Roland Kaur says beyond that, details are sketchy.
I really can't tell. This is not the ideal circumstance to investigate. The wound is in an awkward place, partially covered by hairline, so trying to estimate range of fire is really hard at this time.
Police officers investigating the homicide combed both the inside and outside of the store for clues that might help unravel the mystery.
We've conducted some neighborhood canvassing, and we're still in the process of that, and just hope for some sort of lead to give us some direction.
The report says a search of McCowan's home turned up a date book of names and addresses.
Oh no.
Police say they'll be contacting people who knew the man to piece together his life.
He did
Meanwhile,
though.
family members of Michael McCowan are now asking why his life had to end at all. A question police hope they can answer soon. Sean Quisenberry, Action 10 News, Terre Haute.
A number of questions exist in the McCowan murder, which was not linked to the I-70 killer until later.
In Terre Haute, Indiana,
Right
this
for
man
us, you
clerk at a
are.
ceramic store becomes victim 4.
There's different
It
ways
was
to
often
do this.
reported that due to the single female store name and his long hair, the killer mistook him for a woman. However, interviews with family state that at the time of his murder, Michael actually had short hair, and a bell on the door would have alerted him someone had entered the store. Employees at what was then a used car shop across the street stated there was almost no way the killer could have entered through the front, as they constantly were looking out the window for customers and saw no one enter. 2 days after his murder, the nation's eyes would all turn to Los Angeles, where the Rodney King riots would erupt. Just a day before they would end, on May 3rd, the I-70 killer would strike again.
Getting tired.
Just west of St. Louis, Missouri, in St. Charles lies the Bogey Hills Shopping Plaza, directly.
The manual copy and paste notification. The nudge via stream. Oh my god. I love it. I respect the dedication for the nudge. That is awesome. Also, a good reminder though. I like it. I'll take it. Oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna do it.
Off of I-70.
Can't end the streak.
It is a busy center, much larger than all the previous spots the killer has hit, and Sunday afternoon was sure to be ramping up to similar traffic as we see here today. The plaza has seen some changes since May 3rd, 1992. Today, the Bogey Hills Animal Hospital has expanded into what at that time was the Boot Village Western Apparel store in the back corner. Yet again, 24-year-old Nancy Kitzmiller was not supposed to have been on the schedule for the day, but had covered for another employee, opening the store by noon herself. After graduating from Oklahoma State University for geography, the avid soccer player and dancer had moved back to Missouri and taken a job as a manager here, but had just interviewed for a position with the Defense Mapping Agency in St. Louis. 2.5 hours after opening, 4 customers would enter the shop to find that Nancy had been taken to the back and shot execution style in her head.
Oof.
The small amount in the cash register had been taken, but Nancy's purse was left alone.
Nancy Kitzmiller was shot to death inside a St. Charles County boot store. Shot execution style in the back of her head with a .22 caliber pistol.
Like
she wasn't even supposed to be at work that day. She was filling in for another employee.
Boot Village would put up a $5,000 reward for information on her killer, while police would focus on a robbery at the Hallmark store in the same plaza that occurred 2 months prior on March 18th, where the robber forced the 2 clerks into the bathroom and then sprayed them with
wanting
mace.
to quit.
This
You want to
composite on
keep
the
going,
left
but you
is
want to
of
give up
that
at the same
suspect,
time.
while the right is of the man believed to have been the last person in the
I
store
get it, man, I
before
get
Nancy
it.
was killed. 5 days later,
Oddly specific. So boots must be a hot commodity in that area. They must. We got a boot barn. Boot village. Like, the people love their boots, alright? They need the boots.
they would hesitantly state a possible link to the other murders, but yet again, they had no idea the killer had already struck again. Four days after shooting Nancy, the killer had arrived to the Woodson Village Shopping Center in Raytown, Missouri, just east of Kansas City. At the northern end of the smallest separate store section in this small storefront next to what is now a State Farm Bureau was at that time the store of many colors.
Just make it to that mark and then
a boutique shop selling herbs and
end it
crystals
all.
for physical and spiritual health. It was owned and operated by 37-year-old Sarah Blessing, who had just opened the store 3 weeks earlier and had previously written a children's book and published poetry.
Okay.
That morning, Sarah had gone to her friend's home to give her a weekly foot massage to relieve pain. The two had spoken about people who had recently died and their spirituality. 2 hours later, at noon, she arrived to open up the store by herself. At 6 p.m., the owner of an auction house across the parking lot would notice a man enter his store and walk around mumbling to himself before exiting and loiter around the parking lot. About 15 minutes after that, Tim Hickman, who owned the Video Attic movie rental store in what is now the State Farm Bureau, spotted that same man peering into his store and appeared surprised to see Tim, as an hour earlier his mother and sister had been working the store. And very possibly, the killer was milling around waiting for just one of them to be alone. Instead, he would walk to the next door, where Sarah worked by herself. Just minutes later, Tim would hear a gunshot and run out of his store just in time to see that man rounding the corner to where he would have walked up the grassy embankment up to the road.
Today we are? Did we hit 200 today? Ha dang.
Tim, meanwhile, had entered into Sarah's store and would see her legs protruding from the back office room. She had been shot once in the head, and the cash register had been robbed. The killer, meanwhile, had continued briskly walking north along Woodson Road, last being sighted turning east on 59th Street and making his way up to I-70, which is about 2 miles away. This time, there was no speculation. Police would announce a serial killer was stalking the I-70 corridor.
They're investigating 6 unsolved murders along Highway 70 in Indianapolis and beyond.
The bloody trail of a
What an
serial
annoying
killer.
way to go.
Authorities in those departments now believe all 6 of the murders are connected.
Yesterday it was
According to police in
200.
Raytown,
Okay.
ballistics
Dang,
information
we've
has
been going a
linked the
while,
double
man.
homicide in Wichita on April 8th to the 4 prior murders.
Feeling it.
Kansas City authorities confirmed that by
bad phrases.
telephone today.
Yes, 1 to 8th in Indianapolis, and then across, I'm going to say it's probably about 350 miles to Wichita, Kansas, and then back to Cherry Hill, Indiana on the 27th of April, and then St. Charles, Missouri.
St. Charles authorities participated in today's meeting as well.
Well, this particular person is mobile, is quite obvious, so that makes it very difficult to catch someone like that. But we do have the capability of comparing our notes with those of the investigators in other cities.
A 4-state alert is currently in place for the gunman, who authorities now believe may be a hitchhiker.
We haven't had any information that he's been seen in a vehicle.
He should be considered extremely dangerous, and he needs to be apprehended immediately.
Not
Not only does he kill them, but he also has the ability to gain their confidence enough to get them in the back room and telling them, you know, you're going to be okay.
Anytime you have personal gain or enterprise coming into the picture, robbery, theft, it's not a typical serial killer.
In the news frenzy, the task force would make their most serious blunder when they announced that they had determined the killer used a red jeweler's polish on his bullets and that they had identified the gun used in all 5 attacks. Believed to be either an Introdex Scorpion or a Irma Works model ET-22 pistol, both were distinct weapons.
Hold on, what is it? At finding where Junior is without looking. What do you do on Duolingo daily? Do it without... Like your lesson? Are you talking about your lesson, or what do you mean?
The ET-22 was last used by the German Navy in World War I and was considered a collector's item by the 90s. Releasing this information to the public would tip off the killer. Was that, along with the fact that multiple witnesses had seen him at this last murder, enough to get him to
you
stop
literally
killing?
do the same
Or did he
exact
simply choose a
thing
different
every
gun?
day.
In October that year, police would arrest
Oh,
Donald
that's hilarious.
Waterhouse in Ponca City, Oklahoma
Same
for the murder
one.
of his mother and stepfather, Louise and Tony
Exact
Ferguson,
lesson.
in Tennessee back on February 29th, 1992.
I respect the grind on,
just 2 months
keeping
before
the
the
streak
I-70
alive.
killer began. Both were found shot in the head with a .22
that's
caliber
hilarious.
weapon, like the serial killer's victims had been. Waterhouse's truck would be later found
funny.
abandoned near I-70 in East St. Louis.
Yeah, do what you gotta do to
Initial
keep it alive.
reports showed similar bullet casings and a matching description of the man. but by that summer, police were uncertain, telling papers
Yeah,
Waterhouse was no
exactly.
longer a prime suspect.
Groundhog Day.
He would receive a 50-year sentence for the
Got a
murder of
green
his
bird running him.
parents,
He's like,
and
I'll do it
eventually be
again. I swear.
totally
Okay, I'll
cleared
do
as
the
the
same
I-70
lesson
killer.
again.
Meanwhile, the cases were featured both on Unsolved Mysteries and America's Most Wanted, but before the episodes would air, another string of murders along the highway in Texas would have people fearing that the killer had simply moved elsewhere. It was 12:15 p.m. on Saturday, September 25, 1993, when a man arrived to what was then the Emporium Antiques in Fort Worth, Texas, at a yellow clapboard house that stood about here.
Called out.
About 10:30 a.m. that
We know
morning,
that one.
he had spoken on the phone with the store's owner, 51-year-old Mary Thatcher Glasscock. Finding the door
What a
ajar,
name.
he entered to find Mary dead on the floor. She had been shot in the head, and the register cleared out. Unlike the I-70 killer, however, Mary Slayer had taken the woman's pants off as well as taking her car keys and driver's license from her purse. Just over a month later, on November 1st, police received a shocking phone call.
Okay, do you need an ambulance? Okay, where are you hurt?
It was traced to the Dancer's Closet store in Arlington, Texas, where they found 22-year-old Amy Vest shot twice in the head and neck.
Amy died Tuesday night from gunshot wounds to the neck, head, and face. She was at work at the Dancer's Closet in Arlington when someone robbed the store. In her condition, Amy called 911 for help.
Amy was an avid dancer who wanted to be an elementary school teacher. In another familiar story, Vest had been covering for another employee who had a doctor's appointment and was in the process of closing the store for the night when a male entered and robbed her. Sadly, that was all the information police could get from her before she would go into a coma at the hospital and would be taken off life support the following day. Police would note the similarities to the I-70 killer and look into a relation, even filming a reenactment of the murder to air on local stations.
Awesome.
But as they did this, they were unaware the killer
Keeping
was
it
about
simple.
to strike again.
Easy peasy.
It was January 15th, 1994, when 35-year-old Vicki Webb was working in her art gallery called Arternatives in the Village Shopping Plaza in Houston, Texas. She had just opened when a short man entered and the two began to chat before he told her he wanted to purchase a frame. When she walked to the counter, he shot her in the back. Miraculously, due to an abnormally large spinal column, Vicki was paralyzed but alive as the man opened the cash register. She played dead when he returned to her, rolling her over and taking her pants off. Whether he knew she was alive or not, he pointed the gun at her again, but in another miracle, it would jam. Rather than trying to fix it, the man laughed and left. Vicki would eventually make a full recovery and was flown to Wichita to look at a composite sketch of the I-70 killer. She stated that was the man who had shot her.
Hey, enjoy. That sounds delicious.
Despite this, Texas police would state they did not believe their killer to be
Enjoy
the same
your chicken
due to
salad.
the fact the gun was different.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm definitely.
In Webb's case, they can't be certain because the bullet is still lodged in her neck, where it is unable to be safely removed.
She still
in 1994, police would arrest former Army Ranger Robert Cox for a robbery with many parallels to the killings. Earlier in the year, he had robbed the Ultimate Salon and Tannery in Decatur, Texas at gunpoint, forcing a woman and 2 children into a closet. He would also be convicted of stalking a woman and trying to enter her home. Convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping in California in 1986, Cox would also be charged in the 1978 murder of Disney worker Sharon Zellers in Florida. He would be sentenced to death for this crime, but in 1990 was released when the case was overturned. He would be investigated in the I-70 murders due to living in Springfield, Missouri at the time of the attacks, as well as the disappearance of 3 women in the city in 1992. Though he's not conclusively been linked to any of these crimes. The same year Cox was talking about the Springfield disappearances, Herb Baumeister would flee from his home in Westfield, Indiana to Canada, where he would take his own life before he could be arrested for the 10 bodies found buried on his property. He would also be identified as the I-70 Strangler, a serial killer who had dumped the bodies of 11 young men along the I-70 corridor between Indiana and Ohio from 1980 to 1991, before he began burying victims on his property. Baumeister's victims were all young gay men, but due to him resembling the I-70 killer's sketch and using the same highway, he was considered a tentative suspect. In 2004, authorities announced they were investigating the 1991 murder of Amy Bloomberg as one of several possible new murders linked to the I-70 killer. It was New Year's Eve when the 20-year-old college student was working at her parents' shop near I-64 in O'Fallon, Illinois, a small city just east of St. Louis. After not showing up to a party that night, she would be found shot in the back of the head in the bathroom of the store, the on-stage dance apparel shop at 138 Eagle Drive. Composites of two men last seen around the store were released, but it was not until 2003 when a woman came forward to report her ex-husband that an arrest was made. Edward Phillips was serving time for burglary and was in a child custody battle with his ex-wife at the time when she told police the night of Amy's murder he had come home with bloody clothes, stating he had found the woman but gotten scared, disposing of a pistol he owned on his long drive home. Edward would maintain his innocence but was convicted of the crime in 2004. The next update to the case would not come until 2021, when the FBI and local law agencies formed a task force to use new technologies to re-examine the cases. They would submit DNA for testing, as well as announcing that another murder may be linked.
Well, today investigators took a strong line, saying they really believe they're going to solve this case, and they're questioning if this Terre Haute murder case will be part of the connection they need to get that done. They say they found similarities between the I-70 killings and the murder of Billy Brossman, which happened almost 10 years later.
Just down the road from where Sylvia Ceramics used to stand in Terre Haute sits the 7th and 70 liquor store. It was November 30th, 2001 when someone would rob the cash register and then shoot the clerk, 31-year-old father of two Billy Brossman, in the back of the head. But this time, technology would provide the most crucial piece of evidence in this crime. Surveillance footage would show the entire horrifying event of the man entering the store, grabbing a six-pack of beer, and then pulling his gun on Brossman. After stealing the money, he orders him into the back.
Oh boy.
As soon as Billy would round the corner, the killer fired into the back of his head. At some point after the murder, an anonymous phone call to Brossman's mother would tell her that the man who killed her son lived in Missouri. In 2022, Indiana State Police would announce the posthumous identification of another highway serial killer. Harry Edward Greenwell was known as the I-65 killer, who between 1987 and 1990 prowled the north-south highway of I-65, shooting hotel night clerks after sexually assaulting them. Though a different MO and gun, the composite sketch and timelines do have similarities, but as of yet, no links have been proven.
Bad. Real bad.
The task force would submit DNA for testing, but 3 years later, no further developments have been announced. Will new evidence come to light and identify this killer who has roamed free for over 30 years? And will any of the suspected murders ever be conclusively linked to the same man who prowled the stretch of highway running through America's heartland? Until that day, we may never know just how many stops off the highway the man known as the I-70 killer may have made.
What the F? Dang. Messed up. Oh, source semester. What? Okay. Let's see. I don't even know. I don't even know. Let's see. Ghosts and Legends? Oh, there's somebody. Or mall one. That's what I'm looking for is something with Scott. Oh, I suppose I could just. Yeah, yeah. I wonder if there's. Okay. I wonder if there's anything. That was my thought. I'm like, maybe he's got something good from Wisconsin. We'll see. What? Why is everything Michigan? Am I searching everything right here? Is that just? Oh, maybe just. Yeah, okay. Well. Yeah. Nope. Dang it. I thought maybe there'd be something I'd be like, I know what that is. But that's all right.
Send those fuckers into the stratosphere!
What he said, exactly. I agree. I freaking agree. Oh man. Accent and everything. Oh man. Abandoned trailer park? Oh man. Oh. Oh, okay. Ghost towns? Churches? Funeral homes? That's creepy. This reminds me. Hmm. Garbage man who helps Woody is actually Sid, the villainous kid from the first movie. Now grown up, you can identify him. The same iconic skull t-shirt he wore as a kid, showing that he didn't grow up to be a monster, just a regular guy with a sanitation job. What? Pixar's animation as the basis for his adult appearance and seeing his subtle cameo was a true long-term callback. What? No way, because that totally is his shirt. No way. He didn't grow up to be a monster, just a regular guy with a sanitation job, just doing his thing. Oh man. Weird. I never saw that one. That's nuts. So we could. Because
killed his parents, there was a whole other story. One of Dark Wizard.
Everything that happened before Harry Potter documentary. Whoa. Okay.
Ancient secrets and magical wars. This is everything that came before. So settle in, brace yourselves, and let's wind back the clock.
Dang. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good call. That's a good call. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go refill water, run to the bathroom, and then I did just have popcorn. You're right. The Pokemon popcorn. But I'm gonna for sure grab some water, run to the bathroom, and then I will be right back. So hold tight. And then we're gonna get into this. Okay. Solid palette cleanser from the messed up IRL stuff. Sort of. Someone will see now as messed up fantasy stuff. Well, still could be on the messed up topic, just, it's not actually happening or happened.
On Wizarding History. Also, a reminder that this is a compilation style video, so please be aware of some varied audio levels and inconsistent numbering. Let's dive in. Herpa the Foul creates the first Horcrux, ancient Greece. Voldemort is commonly associated with Horcruxes, as he was successfully able to produce so many. But what a lot of people don't realize is that a wizard by the name of Herpo the Foul did it first. Herpo was an ancient dark wizard that hailed from Greece, and though we don't have an exact date for when he walked the earth, we do know that it was in ancient Greece, a period of Greek history that lasted from the Greek Dark Ages, 1050 to 750 BC, to the end of antiquity, AD 600. This would put his creation of the first ever Horcrux as one of the earliest moments in known wizarding history. And although Herpo only created one Horcrux, a seemingly small feat when compared with Voldemort's 7, what we have to be mindful of is the fact that he was the first to do it. He set the stage and figured out that it was possible. Over the course of history, J.K. Rowling has mentioned that many witches and wizards had tried to create one, but none succeeded or survived. Wizards would have been looking for ways to do exactly what Voldemort did for years, and some of the ways they would have tried would have killed them. So I imagine it, well, they're huge parallels. Splitting the atom would be a very good parallel in our world. I do imagine that other people are going to have tried. I think it would be naive not to think that people have been trying for a long time, and thought they succeeded and hadn't, or else maimed themselves or killed themselves in the attempt. It's such a dangerous thing to do. Creating a Horcrux was such a sinister process that even a book known as Magique Most Evil, a book providing detailed and advanced insights into the dark arts, would not provide the reader with any information on it. Of the Horcrux, wickedest of magical inventions, we shall not speak nor give direction. In fact, only one book did, and that book is known as Secrets of the Darkest Art, as revealed by Hermione in the Deathly Hallows. This is the one that gives explicit instructions on how to make a Horcrux, Secrets of the Darkest Art. It's a horrible book, really awful, full of evil magic. Herpa the Foul is perhaps one of the darkest wizards to have ever lived, a man that single-handedly pioneered two of the darkest magical techniques known to wizard kind. Because of this, he has secured his place in wizarding history. Ollivanders is established, approximately 382 BC. The first wand-making shops were known to date back to the establishment of Ollivander's wand shop in 382 BC. The original Ollivander, the ancestor of Garrick Ollivander, was thought to have come from a Mediterranean country in Roman times and set up a stall in what would eventually become Diagon Alley. The etymology of the name Ollivander is said to literally mean he who owns the olive wand, which is a very fitting name and further points to him coming from a Mediterranean country where olive trees would grow natively. Considered to be a complex and mysterious branch of magic, wand making refers to a wand maker using wand cores and woods to construct wands for witches and wizards. The profession dates back many centuries, and the earliest known wand makers were said to have been druids. A druid was considered to be, in Celtic times, a member of the learned and priestly class. Druids considered anything with a woody stem to be a tree, which led to them producing wands out of things like vine, a tradition followed by wand maker Garrick Ollivander in the 20th century. Though druids were skilled at their craft, at this stage in history it was still totally normal for a customer of a wand shop to bring their own core with them, a tradition that has basically fallen off in more recent times. The Ollivander family revolutionized wand making when they publicly forsook the traditional wand making process, which previously had witches and wizards procure their own wand core. Ollivander believed that this process produced wands that were inferior in quality and performance, which led to the family procuring all wand components for future customers. Ollivander researched the best wand cores and would always find the best wand wood to complement it, and where the purchaser would previously select a wand of their choosing, he began the tradition of having the wand choose the wizard. Founding of Hogwarts, 10th century. This might shock you when I say this, but there was a time in wizarding history when Hogwarts didn't exist. That means no houses, no sorting hat, and no castle. But fortunately, thanks to 4 10th century witches and wizards, who had, in the Sorting Hat's own words, the self-same yearning to make the world's best magic school, the school eventually made its way into existence. These founders were Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, and Helga Hufflepuff. Hogwarts, which was founded in the late 10th century, was built in a secret location in the Scottish Highlands, a place that is never actually fully revealed. This secrecy was necessary because the 10th century was a dangerous time for witches and wizards who faced constant persecution from muggles. Muggles, deeply fearful of magic, were often hostile to anything they didn't understand, and so to ensure the safety of the students, staff, and the school itself, powerful enchantments were cast over Hogwarts, concealing it from the eyes of muggles. The name Hogwarts actually came from founder Rowena Ravenclaw, who had a dream where a warty hog led her to a cliff by a lake. It's also been speculated that this is how they chose the location for the school as well. After its establishment, like with any institution, a crest was formed for Hogwarts. Emblazoned upon the school crest are the words Draco dormien nanquam titilandus, which roughly translates to never tickle a sleeping dragon. And since that day in 993 AD, Hogwarts has continued to serve as the cornerstone of magical education in Britain, shaping the lives of young witches and wizards for over a millennium. Wars, rebellions, and dark wizards have come and gone, but Hogwarts has always stood strong, making it a beacon of hope when darkness seeps in. Salazar Slytherin leaves Hogwarts and creates the Chamber of Secrets, 10th century. After Hogwarts School opened its doors, there was a short-lived but harmonious time, when the founders' friendships were intact and things flowed seamlessly. However, it didn't take long for Salazar Slytherin to start butting heads with his fellow founders. While his dark wizarding ways didn't initially bother Godric, Helga, or Rowena, his anti-Muggle rhetoric, however right it might have been at the time, didn't sit well with the others. And eventually, driven by frustration, Slytherin issued an ultimatum to the other founders. He could no longer envision a future for the school if it continued accepting Muggle-born students. Despite having significant control over his own house and the Sorting Hat assisting him in selecting only purebloods for Slytherin, it just wasn't enough for him. Salazar wanted every house at Hogwarts to admit only pureblood wizards, believing they were the true heirs of magical lineage. And as tensions grew, the issue eventually reached a breaking point. Slytherin found himself at odds with his fellow founders, who firmly believed that Muggle-born witches and wizards were just as valuable as those of pure blood. They rejected his increasingly rigid and prejudiced views, refusing to limit Hogwarts admissions based on bloodline. Even Salazar's oldest friend, dear Godric, rebuked Slytherin for his intolerance. And so, in the end, Salazar felt that he was forced to abandon Hogwarts, the very school that he had spent so many years helping to form. But he didn't leave the school unblemished. In the years to come, the Sorting Hat would continue to select students based on Salazar's preferences. And there was one more stain Slytherin left behind.
Gonna be an adventure.
In the depths of Hogwarts, only accessible by hidden pathways, the Dark Wizard had created the Chamber of Secrets, a secret chamber complete with a statue of his likeness. Then, as Harry drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. It was ancient and monkeyish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where 2 enormous grey feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. But that wasn't the only thing in the chamber. Slytherin also placed a giant venomous basilisk,
I'll buy another entire series before I
the
finish the
murderous
one I
beast
have.
that Herpo perfected in
Fair,
a prior
very
age.
fair.
Salazar hoped that one of his heirs would take up his charge to rid the world of Muggle-born
Yeah, I
wizards
think reading
with
Harry
the
Potter
aid of
eventually
his
would be cool
serpent.
too. And I
His
think
dreams would
Derek
be
has
realized
them.
1,000 years later when Tom Riddle accessed the
should do it.
chamber and attacked his non-pureblood classmates. Unfortunately, not much is known about the period after Salazar left Hogwarts, but many believe that he died just a short period after creating the Chamber of Secrets. Invention of Quidditch, 11th century. Quidditch is without a doubt the most popular and well-known sport played by witches
I think
and
I've
wizards
restarted
in
the
the
book
wizarding
like
world.
3 times.
And it's also, as you may have guessed, or probably already know, extremely
Awful.
magical in nature.
I mean, the book is
as
good.
The whole
I'm
game
awful.
revolves around various balls that fly about of their own volition and is played while riding around on
Yeah,
broomsticks.
no kidding.
Quidditch is played by 2 teams of 7 on a pitch typically set up on a deserted moor or field, far from the view of muggles. Each team has 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker.
Bugs
the game
and
uses
shows,
4 balls,
yeah.
a 12-inch red quaffle for scoring,
Both.
2 10-inch iron bludgers to disrupt
Uh-huh.
players,
You
and
the
a small golden
book
snake
shows
with
and
wings.
games.
Both teams have 3 goalposts guarded by the keeper, while chasers aim to score using the quaffle. Beaters protect teammates by deflecting bludgers, and the seeker's sole task is to catch the golden snitch, earning 150 points and ending the match. In the wizarding community, the game is a hit. But what you probably didn't know is that Quidditch has been around for nearly as long as Hogwarts, with origins as early as the 11th century, and it has certainly evolved over time. The first known sighting of Quidditch was by a witch who lived in Quidditch Marsh in the 1000s called Gertie Kettle. Gertie recorded being rather bothered by a nearby broomstick game in her diary, describing what is believed to have been a primitive form of Quidditch, including a rudimentary quaffle, bludgers, and goals.
Neither of us have played all the OG Harry Potter games. Yeah, we heard that.
Yorkshire wizard named Goodwin Mean described
that
the
was
game
audible.
in a letter he wrote to his Norwegian cousin. Goodwin's description of Quidditch signifies several key things. One, his location in Yorkshire suggests that 100 years after Gertie first saw the game being played in Quidditch Marsh, Quidditch had spread across England. And two, the equipment and game itself had evolved, as Goodwin calls the game itself
Legacy is
Quidditch
really cool,
with a
though.
K, and also uses
And
the
the other
terms
ones are fun.
bludder
Well, the
and
other ones that
catcher,
I've played are
which can
fun.
presumably be forms of the modern-day bludger and
You gotta
chaser.
get on it. Play
In
them
his
all.
letter, Goodwin also makes note of new scoring barrels and describes there being 3 at each end of the field, all of which were up on stilts. From later accounts given by various sources, we know that by the 1200s, Quidditch had continued to evolve, with new terminology and additions to the game cropping up like quaffle, keepers,
Heck yeah.
goal baskets, and Quidditch
A lot of
with
fun.
a C. One of the biggest changes to the game, however,
Childhood
didn't
banger.
take place until the middle of the 13th century,
Finally got
when
to
the Golden
experience.
Snitch was eventually added to the game. Creation of the Deathly Hallows, 11th century. The legend of the Deathly Hallows is one of the most well-known stories in the wizarding world. Passed down through generations, it tells a tale of 3 wizard brothers who encounter death and are each granted a powerful magical artifact: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. And what all 3 of these powerful items have in common is that they are able to perform extraordinary feats far beyond what is typically seen in the wizarding world. The Resurrection Stone is said to be able to bring the dead back to life. The Elder Wand has the ability to conquer all other wands, and the Invisibility Cloak is able to hide whatever or whomever is beneath it. Together, these items make up the Deathly Hallows, often represented by a symbol that includes all 3. And the story goes that these 3 items were crafted by Death himself. Given that Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Pavril, the 3 brothers commonly associated with the story, were born in the late 11th, early 12th century, it would be reasonable to assume that the Hallows were also created in that same period. However, what's worth mentioning here is that the tale of the Hallows is just that,
Beetle.
a tale.
Beetle the
And I've
Bard.
made some videos in the past where I speculate that the origins of these 3 magical artifacts likely go back much further,
That's how
maybe
his
even
character
1,000
looks like
years.
the one dude.
Creation of the Triwizard Tournament, 13th century.
Huh?
The Triwizard Tournament is a magical competition between 3 of the major wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbaton, and Durmstrang. For the tournament, each school selects
The like. Oh my god. Oh, that's great. I don't even know his name, but yeah, the Coraline dad or whatever.
a champion to compete in 3 dangerous tasks designed to test their magical abilities, intelligence, and bravery. The champions earn points based on their performance in each task, and the one with the highest score at the end wins all of the glory, as well as the historic Triwizard Cup. Just like most events from the early wizarding world, the exact origins of the Triwizard Tournament are all but lost to time, but based on a little bit of information we do possess from that era, we can safely deduce that the first contest occurred sometime around the end of the 13th century. At this time, the 3 major wizarding schools of the region came together and decided to pit their students against each other. And ever since the tournament began in the late 13th century, it plugged along, becoming a staple in the
That's what I
lives
was
of young
saying,
visiting students throughout Europe and Britain. The 3 schools pledged to hold the event every 5 years, and for the most part they stuck to that. But even though the tournament played such an important role in the history of magical education, you might be surprised to know that there aren't many records about the games, or even the champions from each tournament. Wizards' Council is formed, 13th century. It's pretty early on in the Harry Potter books that were first introduced to the Ministry of Magic, the primary form of government in the magical world, at least in the UK.
Oh,
like a Muggle
this
government.
is also her, by the way. I have watched this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mind fucking. Yeah. Wow. I'm a follower. Is this her page? I'm a follower. I didn't even realize. Dude. Wow. Interesting. Have you watched this at all? I did not know that. No? Okay, I didn't think so. But you seem to know the characters, so I was like, maybe he did. Where are we? Hello? Let's get rid of some of these. Interesting. I did think I remember you stopped yeah, somewhere still within the normal show, but thought maybe you took like a sneak peek or something. Yeah, they're interesting.
The Ministry's responsibilities are
They're
vast,
interesting.
as they are the primary body that attempts to sustain law and order in the magical world. However, what some people may not know is that prior to the Ministry of Magic's existence, there was a governmental body called the Wizards Council that governed Wizarding Britain. It was also the longest-serving form of government in magical history. However, the Wizards Council also lacked structure, which meant that it was only a matter of time until their antiquated system would need to be reintroduced. Because of growing concerns surrounding wizard-muggle affairs and the introduction of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692, the wizarding community realized they would need a more structured government moving forward.
That one I have
Creation
not
of
finished.
the Philosopher's Stone.
But
The Philosopher's Stone is a phrase that gets thrown around
I
quite a
feel like
bit
that's
in the
just
Harry Potter
not even
fandom.
surprising.
Sure, it's the name of the first book and film, but it's also known as the small crimson gem created by Nicolas Flamel, a French scribe born in the year 1330. One of the main functions of the Philosopher's Stone was to turn any metal into gold, which could have made anyone who held it in their possession very rich. But while that may sound impressive, that was only the stone's second most important capability. With a magical artifact like the Philosopher's Stone in your hands, you could have eternal life. Flamel, along with his wife Perenelle, were able to produce an elixir of life from the stone, allowing them to live ludicrously long lives. In fact, both of them would have been able to live forever, but Flamel, aware of the dangers of what could happen if the stone fell into the wrong hands, destroyed it. The best part about the Philosopher's Stone, it may even exist outside of Harry Potter. I did not invent the concept of the Philosopher's Stone, which is a legendary substance that was once believed to be real, and the true goal of alchemy. The properties of my Philosopher's Stone conform to most of the attributes the ancients ascribed to it. The stone was believed to turn base metals into gold, and also to produce the elixir of life, which could make you immortal. Genuine alchemists, the forerunners of chemists and physicists such as Sir Isaac Newton and the real Nicolas Flamel.
It's the stage guy. Oh my gosh, him! Oh man. I'm just staring at the crowd. I haven't seen him in a while.
Sought, sometimes over lifetimes, to discover immortal, to turn stone be real. I did not invent the stone. It may even exist outside of Harry Potter.
It's him.
I did not invent alchemists, the forerunners of chemists and physicists such as Sir Isaac Newton and the real Nicolas Flamel, sought, sometimes over lifetimes, to discover the secret of its creation. The Dementors are created. The dark wizard that went by the name Acristis is probably the most vile wizard that you've never heard of. A practitioner of the worst kinds of dark magic imaginable, Acristis walked the earth in the 15th century. No one knows where Acristis was originally from, but what we do know is that at one point in his life he decided to embark on a journey. And it was on this journey that Acristis eventually stumbled upon what we now know to be the island of Azkaban. At the time, the island had no infrastructure to speak of. It was a barren island. But it didn't take long for all of that to change, as Acristis decided that this was the perfect place to take his dark arts experiments to the next level. Hoping to keep the location of the island, which was located in the North Sea, a secret, Acristis kicked things off by placing concealment charms on the island, meaning that no one would be able to intentionally find it. Shortly thereafter, Acristis began his dark arts experiments by luring Muggle sailors to the island, then torturing and eventually murdering them. It has been said that before ever stepping foot on the island, Acristis was mad, but that after spending some time there, he became totally insane, completely losing touch with reality. He became so wrapped up and enthralled in his experimentation with dark magic that he had lost his mind, and the poor sailors that he lured to the island witnessed it firsthand. In his madness, it has been speculated that Acristis either unwittingly or perhaps intentionally created what we now know to be Dementors. Dementors are among the foulest creatures that walk this earth. They infest the darkest, filthiest places. They glory in decay and despair. They drain peace, hope, and happiness out of the air around them. Even Muggles feel their presence, though they can't see them. Get too near a Dementor, and every good feeling, every happy memory will be sucked out of you. As for how he created the Dementors, well, that's still very much up for debate. However, if you want my opinion, you should check out my video, The Truth Behind How Dementors Are Created. It wasn't until Acristis died, and the concealment charms he had placed on the island had worn off, that the island, along with all of the Dementors on it, were discovered. Founding of Gringotts. Gringotts was founded in the year 1474 by a goblin who went by the name, you guessed it, Gringot.
Gringot.
Little is known about the goblin Gringot and his formative years, or even how old he was when he founded the bank that would become the safest place for valuables in the wizarding world. What we do know is that he is featured on his own chocolate frog card, alongside the likes of famous witches and wizards such as Albus Dumbledore and Merlin. In a small way, this signifies the incredible accomplishment Gringot achieved by creating the first ever bank for magical society. The bank itself is located on the north side of the hidden locale, Diagon Alley, a street magically concealed from Muggles and only visited by those who are part of the wizarding world. Accessible via the wizarding pub, the Leaky Cauldron, Gringotts is one of the most frequented magical establishments within central London. Immediately noticeable to anyone who steps foot into Diagon Alley, Gringotts is taller than every other shop on the street, and has a brilliant white exterior with a set of bronze outer doors. Then, just inside the bronze exterior doors is a second set of inner doors, silver in material and colour, with the following words of warning engraved upon them. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take but do not earn must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned. Beware of finding more than treasure there. Creation of the Wizengamot, 16th century. The Wizengamot is the highest court of law and parliament in the British wizarding world, serving as a combination of a Supreme Court and governing council. The court dates back to the 1500s, where it functioned within the Wizards' Council. Comprised of around 50 members who wear plum-coloured robes embroidered with a silver W when in session, the Wizengamot is responsible for handling major legal cases, including criminal trials, and acts as the final court of appeal. It also plays a legislative role, with the power to create and enforce laws within the wizarding community. The Wizengamot convenes within the Ministry of Magic, specifically in Courtroom 10, located in the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This courtroom is described as a large, dark, dungeon-like chamber with benches arranged in rows where Wizengamot members sit during trials. The court process is overseen by a presiding head known as the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, the group's highest-ranking member.
The funny hair
The
folk.
Chief Warlock ensures that judicial and legislative proceedings, including
fruits.
trials and debates, are conducted fairly and efficiently, at least in theory. Founding of Diagon Alley, 16th century. Nobody really knows the exact founding date of Diagon Alley. We know that Gringotts Wizarding Bank, located in Diagon Alley, was established in 1474, just a century after the famous economic crash that shook the wizarding world to its core. Therefore, it would make sense if Diagon Alley developed after the goblins established such a massive financial center. After all, Gringotts would eventually become one of the most important daily fixtures in the entire wizarding world of Britain, with hundreds of witches and wizards regularly visiting it. Establishing an apothecary or one shop nearby would have been a great way to catch customers who had galleons to spend. But others think that Diagon Alley got its start on the day the Leaky Cauldron opened its doors. After all, it's written within the pub's very address, number 1 Diagon Alley. The pub was established by Daisy Doddridge, its first landlady, in the early 1500s. with the purpose of serving as a gateway between the non-wizarding world and Diagon Alley. It features a bar, several private parlour rooms, and a spacious dining area. To muggles, the pub now appears as a dilapidated old shopfront on Charing Cross Road. However, this wasn't always the case. Before the Statute of Secrecy, muggle visitors were not turned away and were welcomed just as warmly as wizards. So I guess the true founding date of Diagon Alley really depends on how you define its establishment. Was Diagon Alley founded the day that the first pub opened its doors, or was it only truly Diagon Alley once it had been established as a proper shopping district? I suspect that the part of London that would eventually become Diagon Alley must have always been popular with local witches and wizards. Perhaps even then, when it was just a mud-filled street with a few cobblestone patches, Ollivander's one shop and a few other magical vendors decided to plant their roots. However, I suspect that the area must have eventually become so well known amongst wizards that the goblins of the era decided to construct Gringotts Bank there. And then all of the other shops, which Harry and his friends knew so well, followed suit. Goblin Rebellion of 1612. It's no surprise that the wizarding and goblin communities have never seen eye to eye, both literally and figuratively. And so because of this, there have been numerous
The one thing I noticed in the first movie is Harry is literally walking Harry around or nearby London? In a nearby, or wait, what? I'm confused.
Instances throughout history in which conflict broke out, one such conflict being the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. We're not quite certain about the exact location, but it seems that this armed conflict arose in or around Hogsmeade Village. Here, the Goblin forces took an inn as their base and ravaged the nearby buildings, setting many of them on fire. The exact number of lives laid down on both sides has been lost to the years, but the casualties were remarkably high, at least according to Hogwarts' 5th year History of Magic class. And when we look at the exact cause of this rebellion, there's no shortage of reasons for why the goblins would have started it. At a glance, the average goblin was far more important to the lives of wizards and witches around England. Goblins forged the most powerful weapons, indestructible armor, and through their natural propensity for hoarding gold, goblins basically kept the entire wizarding economy moving forward. And yet, witches and wizards looked down on them wherever they went.
All students must be equipped with one standard size 2 pewter cauldron, and may bring, if they desire, either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Can we find all this in London?
Totally normal.
If you know where to go.
And nobody stares, nobody bats an eye. They're very accepting, you know. Hagrid's just unique. On the tube.
First year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, 1 wand.
Right, looking super sketchy.
1 pair of dragon hide gloves. Hagrid, do they mean from a real dragon?
Well, they don't mean a penguin, do they? Crikey. I love a dragon.
Right.
You'd like a dragon?
Vastly misunderstood beasts, Harry. Vastly misunderstood.
Yeah, I'd be a little, yeah, exactly. Weird.
All students must
Wouldn't really
be
know what to do.
equipped with 1 standard size 2 pewter cauldron.
Like, dude's massive. That's right, no.
Not only that, they almost always refused to teach them the ways of wand lore, which meant the goblins had to accomplish their magical feats with the far more difficult and more dangerous technique of wandless magic. Even the highest court in Britain, the Wizengamot, refused to allow a goblin a seat. Without fair representation, it's likely that the goblins decided enough was enough, and went on a rampage in the year 1612. But unfortunately for the goblin community,
Hold on one second. I gotta hop out real quick again. I'm sorry, my bad. I'll be right back. I gotta go do something real quick. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Rebellion
Just had to let the dogs in. Derek's in a game, but we're good. We're all good.
only made matters worse. In response to the display of violence in Hogsmeade, the wizarding community of Britain convened and created a series of laws that restricted non-human magical creatures. The harshest among them was the new Code of Wand Use, which the Wizards Council passed less than 2 decades.
Hello, my fellow moldy lawnmower deck grass.
Hold on, my foot.
Hello, my fellow moldy lawnmower deck grass. I'm Mr. Church. Today we're going to be looking at the new stuff in the item shop, the Corvega dealership bundle. I'm going to show you a couple of...
You know, thing. I really just liked the intro. That was great. Oh, this is new. 5 hours
tips and tricks going for Marvelous Fishing Excursion. It's Marshall Mallow's.
Excursion.
It is by pane of zoomed in pane of glass, or this, which is a pane. Hello, my fellow moldy lawnmower deck grass. I'm Mr.
I like it. Was not expecting that. Oh, I did it again. I don't know what I am just, oh Lord. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. Oh, look, I
This
found my
restricted
spot.
wands to human wizards, and made it
We're
a crime for
good.
goblins, house elves, giants, and other non-humans to wield them. While human wizards simply hoarded wand lore in the centuries before,
I got lucky and got
now
back
it was
to my
actually
spot.
illegal for goblins to study and possess wands. At a glance, you can see how this law made it almost impossible for goblins to defend themselves from wand-armed wizards and witches. But if you think about it more carefully, the restriction on wand ownership would completely hinder the ability of goblins to develop independent of the wizarding community, and meant that they would always depend on them. And this was really only the beginning. The first major wizarding war in the Harry Potter universe was a catastrophic period in wizarding history that lasted a whopping 11 years. The war started when Voldemort, obsessed with pure-blood supremacy, sought to overthrow the existing magical order and establish himself as the ruler of both the wizarding and non-magical worlds. The war officially ended on October 31st, 1981, when Voldemort's curse to kill the infant Harry Potter rebounded upon him, destroying his physical form and rendering him powerless. And the aftermath of this decade-long conflict left deep scars on the wizarding world. Families were torn apart, and many prominent witches and wizards lost their lives.
Is that where they were just
The
like, I'll
wizarding world
blink?
was in shambles.
Ooh,
But as
this
far as
one's
the 7
nice.
books are concerned,
This is a nice
the
piece of
primary
glass.
focus is on the Second Wizarding War, a conflict that only lasted 3 years. And to put it quite bluntly, the Second Wizarding War paled in comparison to the First War, which claimed many more lives and lasted much longer. It also has a much more complex history. The uncertainty of the war can best be summarized from the following quote. Imagine that Voldemort's powerful now. You don't know who his supporters are. You don't know who's working for him and who isn't. You know he can control people so that they do terrible things without being able to stop themselves. You're scared for yourself and your family and your friends. Every week, news comes of more deaths, more disappearances, more torturing. The Ministry of Magic's in disarray. They don't know what to do. They're trying to keep everything hidden from the Muggles, but meanwhile, Muggles are dying too. Terror everywhere.
Oh, wow.
Panic, confusion. That's how
He
it
is
used to
in
be.
into it.
Join me today as we discuss every little detail about the First War, covering what we never got to read about in the books. Let's dive in.
Okay. Let's dive in. Is this like,
Hey
wait,
everyone,
is this a video within a video?
welcome to another installment of Harry Potter Theory. Today we're going to be discussing in depth the First Wizarding War, a conflict that spanned 1970 through 1981. Before we get started, I just want to mention that only 30% of you are subscribed, so if you enjoy the content, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. One important thing to note right off the bat is that the First Wizarding War should not be confused with the Global Wizarding War, a conflict spanning 1910 to 1945 that was initiated by Grindelwald. The First Wizarding War only affected Wizarding Britain,
But
and
like,
Grindelwald
was that
had
the one
nothing
you were
to do
talking
with it.
about?
The roots of the First Wizarding War can be traced back to Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, who was pivotal in every aspect. After being discovered in Wall's orphanage, Tom Riddle was first introduced to the Wizarding world by Dumbledore.
Okay, got you.
During their encounter, Tom received his official invitation to Hogwarts, and it was at this exact moment that a seed was planted. one that would later blossom into the dark legacy of Lord Voldemort. Upon his arrival at the school in 1938, Tom was unsurprisingly sorted into Slytherin House, and despite his dark nature, he had no issues forming connections. Tom may have lacked certain necessary human emotions, but that didn't mean he couldn't control people. His cunning and manipulative nature eventually meant that, in 1939, he would form a gang of sorts, a group consisting of his fellow Slytherin students. He had convinced these witches and wizards that he was their friend and gained their trust, but in reality, Riddle had no desire for friends and simply wanted to use them for his own selfish endeavors. The gang that Riddle formed was once described by Dumbledore, who worked at Hogwarts during this time, as a mixture of the weak seeking protection, the ambitious seeking glory, and the thuggish seeking a leader who could show them more refined cruelty. The gang's name at the time was the Knights of Walpurgis. The members, all from wealthy pureblood families, were involved in various unpleasant incidents during their school years. Despite this, Tom was careful never to be directly associated with any wrongdoing and was perceived as an exemplary student. He first became a prefect in 1942 during his 5th year, and then in 1944, during his 7th year, he became head boy. It was around this time that he eventually had to accept that his father was the Muggle and his mother the magical one. From then on, Riddle adopted the alias Lord Voldemort to avoid any reminder of his filthy Muggle father. At this stage, it was evident that Dumbledore was the only person who saw through Tom's manipulative charm. Because of this, Dumbledore closely monitored Tom, and their relationship actually plays a crucial role in the First Wizarding War. During his final year at Hogwarts in 1945, Voldemort witnessed Dumbledore's display of true power when he took action to help halt the global Wizarding War. Dumbledore dueled and defeated Grindelwald, imprisoning him in his own fortress, which finally brought an end to the global Wizarding War and ushered in a period of peace for the Wizarding world. However, Voldemort was aware that this peace would not last long, given the plans he had in mind. This defeat of Grindelwald by Dumbledore marks the intersection of the global Wizarding War with the First Wizarding War, which later connects to the Second Wizarding War when Voldemort sought out the Elder Wand and encountered Grindelwald in 1998. During his 6th year at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle discussed the theoretical possibility of creating 6 Horcruxes with Professor Slughorn, shocking the professor with his interest in dark magic. This act marked Riddle's continued descent into darkness and pursuit of immortality through dark and forbidden magic. And so, in June of 1942, Voldemort began his journey of Horcrux creation. In the same year, Tom Riddle killed Myrtle Warren in the Hogwarts bathroom, effectively creating his first Horcrux by placing a piece of his soul into his diary. Then, in August of 1943, Tom Riddle travelled to the town of Little Hangleton and killed his father. On this occasion, Tom used a ring previously owned by Marvolo Gaunt, his grandfather, to create his second Horcrux.
What game y'all gonna play?
Then, in 1945, Tom finally graduated from Hogwarts. Having finally completed his education, Riddle graduated and wasted no time in pursuing his next endeavour. Seizing the opportunity that presented itself with the retirement of Galatea Merrythought, Riddle swiftly applied for the vacant position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. Riddle saw this position not only as a chance to impart his knowledge of the dark arts, but also as a means to further establish his dominance within the wizarding community. However, Dumbledore, who had kept a watchful eye over Tom for a number of years, advised against hiring Riddle as a Hogwarts staff member. This resulted in Armando Dippet politely declining Riddle's application for the role, claiming that he was too young, but encouraged him to try again in the future. It was around the same time that Riddle became enthralled with the history of Hogwarts and its founders, particularly their relics. He used his cunning and charms to coerce the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, and daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, to divulge the hiding place of her mother's diadem in a remote Albanian forest. Riddle then obtained the diadem and later killed an Albanian peasant, turning the object into his third Horcrux. When he returned to England, Riddle turned down several positions offered to him at the Ministry of Magic, opting instead to work at Borgin & Burke's in Knockturn Alley. It was here that he formed a one-sided fake friendship with Hepzibah Smith, a wealthy antiques collector, and used the opportunity to get hold of Helga Hufflepuff's cup and Salazar Slytherin's locket. Riddle would later kill Hepzibah using poison and frame her herself for the crime. He then resigned from his post at Borgin & Burke's and disappeared, using the murders of Hepzibah and a random muggle to create his fourth and fifth Horcruxes. At this point, Voldemort disappeared for nearly a decade, from 1961 to 1971. However, many other things happened during this period of time that would influence the war to come. In 1959, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew were born, followed by the births of James Potter, Remus Lupin, Lily Evans, and Severus Snape in 1960, individuals that would all later play significant roles in the First Wizarding War. In 1962, Nobby Leach became the Minister for Magic, the first Muggle-born to hold the position, causing controversy among older and pure-blood ministry workers. Many resigned in protest, leading to a divided and weakened ministry. Leach's tenure ended in 1968 when he fell ill, with Abraxas Malfoy, Draco Malfoy's grandfather, being suspected of poisoning him due to his Muggle-born status. Leach passed away soon after, further weakening the corrupt ministry. These events created an atmosphere of chaos and division, making it easier for Voldemort to exploit the situation after his return. While seemingly vanished between 1961 and 1971, Voldemort delved deep into the dark arts, studying obscure branches of magic and forging connections with loyal dark wizards. By the time 1970 had rolled around, Voldemort had completely abandoned the name Tom Riddle and had fully embraced the identity of Lord Voldemort. He instilled fear in the entire wizarding world, leading them to refer to him as He Who Must Not Be Named, or You-Know-Who, out of sheer terror. And upon his return, the first thing that Voldemort did was try again to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, hoping to recruit an army of students. Dumbledore, however, denied him the position. During his time away, Voldemort merged his former group, the Knights of Walpurgis, with newfound allies, rebranding them as the Death Eaters. And so, when Voldemort resurfaced in 1971, he had a large following of Death Eaters ready to carry out his plans of spreading terror and wreaking havoc. Voldemort conveyed to his Death Eaters that in order to establish a world of peace and dominance, the existing regime must be eradicated at any expense.
Uh-oh. Oh, your base are pull.
What happened? Somewhere belong to us.
Became a zero. I'm sorry. That. This is an ancient meme. I won't. I won't tell you. I think it was one I missed. Microphone, please. Yeah. Savannah, it literally memebase.com. My laser. Ooh, yeah. I somehow, or if I saw it, it just did not. It didn't stick. Dang. Yeah. On my base, I belong to you. I missed it. Once again, I feel like I missed out.
Only individuals with pure blood and aligned ideals would be permitted to flourish in this new realm. As far as dark witches and wizards went, the Death Eaters were the worst. Their group was comprised of evil witches and wizards that were all hell-bent on pursuing their dark ambitions. They were the followers of Lord Voldemort, and they obeyed his every bidding in an effort to cleanse the wizarding world, the ultimate goal being to restore pure blood authority. And so, the First Wizarding War officially began around 1971. And in this same year, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Severus Snape, and Lily Evans all began their first year at Hogwarts.
It just sticks out
Snape
at that
swiftly
point.
befriended Slytherin students with an inclination towards dark magic and worshipping the new tyrant, Lord Voldemort. Meanwhile, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter formed a close friendship, while Snape found himself as their adversary due to incessant bullying by James and Sirius. These interactions would go on to shape their futures and decisions, unknowingly playing a significant role in the impending First Wizarding War. Because he was denied the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Voldemort realized that he would need to amass an army through different means, and so between 1971 and 1973, he recruited various beings and creatures shunned by the wizarding world, including giants, werewolves, a significant number of dementors, and acromantulas, among others. This coalition of outcast beings, alongside his Death Eaters, wreaked widespread destruction and chaos, marking the early years of the war in the early 1970s. This wizard, about 20 years ago now, started looking for followers. Got 'em too. Some were afraid, some just wanted a bit of his power, because he was getting himself power, alright. Dark days, Harry. With his army of dark creatures and wizards under his command, Voldemort initiated an attack on the British Ministry of Magic, aiming to topple it and establish a new world order run by purebloods. And to achieve his goals, the Death Eaters and their allies carried out attacks on Muggles, both for their own entertainment and to create chaos. These incidents consumed progressively more of the Ministry's time and attention as they attempted to heal survivors, search for the culprits, and prevent future attacks. And as things ramped up, Death Eaters began targeting Muggleborns and blood traitors, subjecting them to torture and sometimes death, instilling fear in wizarding society. The casting of the dark mark over the sites of their murders served to create further terror. They were truly dark times. In response to the growing army of Lord Voldemort and his followers, Albus Dumbledore recognized that he would need to create an army of his own, subsequently establishing the Order of the Phoenix in 1971. Despite the Ministry's official perspective of the Order as a rebel group, influential Ministry officials, including Elphias Doge, Daedalus Diggle, and Alistair Moody, swiftly joined. The purpose was to engage in covert and surprise attacks against the Dark Rebellion. Other members of the Order included Aberforth, Albus's younger brother, Mrs. Figg, a squib who cohabited the same street as the Dursleys in the future, Alice and Frank Longbottom, who were both Aurors, Mundungus Fletcher, Hagrid, and Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, Molly Weasley's brothers. Most members of the Order had met Dumbledore before and respected him, which encouraged them to join him in his fight and trust him with their lives. However, despite the Order's efforts, Voldemort's magical power and influence continued to expand, leading to more frequent and brutal attacks conducted by him and his Death Eaters. Hogwarts, however, emerged as a safe haven amidst the chaos, with Dumbledore serving as the only wizard capable of challenging Voldemort. He was the only man that Voldemort feared. At the same time, Death Eaters spread terror by marking murder scenes with the Dark Mark. They also kept their identities concealed to maintain secrecy within their ranks, introducing an element of confusion and paranoia to the wizarding community. As if that wasn't enough, Voldemort's use of the Imperius Curse heightened confusion and suspicion even further, leading friends and family to doubt one another. And all of the chaos happening at the Ministry of Magic certainly didn't help things. Then Minister Eugenia Jenkins had to address squib riots in 1968, exacerbating the divide between pureblood supremacists and those with mixed heritage. And when Voldemort resurfaced in 1971, Jenkins faced chaos both within the wizarding world and the Ministry. Following her ineffective attempts to combat Voldemort over 4 years, she was ousted from office in 1975. Her successor, Minister Harold Mincham, took a strong stance against Voldemort, but faced protests from minority groups demanding equal treatment. This ignited tensions among elite pureblood families, feeling their traditions were in jeopardy, leading some pureblood supremacists to align with Voldemort's cause. It was also around this time that Bartemius Barty Crouch Sr., the Council of Magical Law head judge, rose quickly through the Ministry's ranks and became head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Together, Crouch and Mincham were able to make some headway with regards to the Death Eater threat, but they were only able to garner small victories in a much larger battle. In 1978, Severus Snape finally graduated from Hogwarts and subsequently aligned himself with the Death Eaters, joining former classmates like Emma Rosier, Lucius Malfoy, and Bellatrix Lestrange.
What a
At
look
Snape's
that would be.
suggestion, Voldemort sought to recruit Lily Evans, a Muggle-born witch of exceptional talent, along with their close friends Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. But despite Voldemort's efforts, they all courageously refused to join his ranks. At least, that's how it looked. Following their defiance, James and Lily married and, alongside their friends, instead became members of the Order of the Phoenix. During the brutal war, the outnumbered Order faced many challenges, with Fabian and Gideon Pruitt being murdered, many Order members vanishing, and families of Order members becoming targets. Despite the losses, however, they continued fighting, and during this period, James and Lily Potter, as well as Alice and Frank Longbottom, defied Voldemort 3 times, a significant event contributing to the prophecy. Voldemort then focused his attention on a select group of his younger followers who possessed great magical abilities and unwavering loyalty.
I need to see it.
He took Severus Snape and Bellatrix Lestrange under his personal mentorship, imparting to them aspects of his secret knowledge of the dark arts. At this stage, Bellatrix developed a dangerous infatuation with Voldemort, bordering on obsession, something which he did not reciprocate. Voldemort also entrusted his diary Horcrux to Lucius Malfoy, intending to use it to open the Chamber of Secrets without directly targeting Hogwarts while Dumbledore remained headmaster. Severus Snape eventually became Voldemort's most trusted follower, even more so than Bellatrix. Despite this, Voldemort kept Snape unaware of its importance. In 1979, Regulus Black, younger brother of
Yes.
Sirius Black, completed his education at Hogwarts and joined the Death Eaters as well. And while he initially embraced pureblood supremacy, he later became disillusioned with the group's deranged leader and was horrified by the violent actions against Muggles. Around this time, Voldemort sought to test the defenses around his Horcruxes, and tasked Regulus's house elf Kreacher with this, callously leaving him to die. When Kreacher survived and returned home, Regulus realized that Voldemort had created a Horcrux and attempted to destroy it. This endeavor led to his violent death at the hands of the Inferi, but he managed to replace the locket with a counterfeit and entrusted the real Horcrux to Kreacher.
Man.
In 1980, Minister Mincham was also removed from office due to his failure to end the war, and was immediately replaced with Millicent Bagnold. And at this point, the war entered its most desperate phase, and Death Eaters began ruthlessly targeting and murdering members of the Order. Marlene McKinnon and her family were killed by Travis, Nott, and Mulciber, while Edgar Bones and his family fell victim to Thorfinn Rowell and Fenrir Greyback. Gideon and Fabian Pruitt were slain by Antonin Dolohov, and Dorcas Meadows, Caradoc Dearborn, and Benji Fenwick also met tragic fates at the hands of Voldemort and his followers. These losses marked a grim escalation in the conflict. In response to this, Barty Crouch Sr. finally authorized Ministry auras to use lethal force and unforgivable curses. Alistair Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Frank and Alice Longbottom spearheaded a successful Ministry campaign against the Death Eaters, focusing on battling giants and apprehending supporters of Voldemort. Alistair Moody's capture of Igor Karkaroff and other Dark Lord sympathizers, along with the imprisonment of Antonin Dolohov and Corbin Yaxley, marked significant victories. Despite these successes, Voldemort remained beyond reach due to his elusiveness and unmatched power, with Dumbledore being the only one capable of confronting him. Despite the ongoing war, life continued for those who had not yet been directly impacted by it. Led by Dumbledore, Hogwarts remained a stronghold of top-tier magical education and remained untouched by the Death Eaters. It was speculated that marriages and births increased significantly during this time of uncertainty, the result of couples marrying early due to the war's unpredictability. In late July of 1980, James and Lily Potter had a son, Harry Potter, while Frank and Alice Longbottom welcomed their son, Neville Longbottom. Cue the prophecy. The prophecy, of course, refers to the prediction foretold by Sybil Trelawney in the year 1980. In this same year, Trelawney found herself in the Hogsmeade pub with Dumbledore, interviewing for her post as professor. During her interview, a disappointed and unimpressed Dumbledore began to lose interest, when suddenly Sybil entered into a trance. In her trance-like state, Sybil spoke of the famous prophecy that we all know, explaining that Voldemort would be defeated. It spoke of a boy that would be born at the end of July, that possessed the power to defeat the Dark Lord himself. What Dumbledore and Sybil did not know, however, was that Snape, who was then a Death Eater, was eavesdropping at the door. This simple fact immediately placed Sybil in great danger from Voldemort, and, in an effort to protect her, Dumbledore hired her for the position at Hogwarts. The prophecy is as follows. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. What's interesting about Snape eavesdropping is that he did not hear the prophecy in its entirety, and only told Voldemort what he remembered. Because of this, he missed out very important details, like the fact that Harry would be marked as his equal, and that he would possess unknown power. Snape also almost immediately regretted his decision to tell Voldemort, as he quickly realized that it would place the life of Lily Evans, the only girl he ever loved, in jeopardy. With the information that had been provided to him by Snape, Voldemort came to the conclusion that Harry Potter was the boy that the prophecy was talking about. Lily and James Potter were some of Dumbledore's most powerful supporters and integral members of the Order of the Phoenix, which meant that Voldemort already had them on his radar. The only other option for a child that posed this threat to him was Neville Longbottom, who was born on the 30th of July, but Voldemort firmly believed that it was Harry. However, Snape, upon realizing that Voldemort was going to be targeting Lily and her family, sought Dumbledore's help to protect them. Despite some initial reluctance to help Snape, a current Death Eater, Dumbledore eventually agreed to help hide them. And so the Potter family went into hiding, utilizing the Fidelius charm and a designated secret keeper to keep their location hidden. Initially, Dumbledore offered to be their secret keeper, ensuring only himself and a select few could locate the Potters. However, James and Lily chose Sirius as their secret keeper, eventually switching to Peter Pettigrew in secret due to suspicions within their group. Tragically, Pettigrew betrayed them to Voldemort, leading to the devastating events that followed. This brings us to Voldemort's next move. Partially driven by ignorance and partially by foolishness, Voldemort believed that he would be able to circumvent the prophecy by murdering Harry. And so on Wednesday, October 31st, Voldemort travelled to the town of Godric's Hollow where the Potter family lived. It was here that Voldemort, in an attempt to murder Harry, ended up murdering James and Lily. After entering their home, Voldemort first killed James Potter before turning his attention to Lily and baby Harry. As he approached Lily, he requested her to step aside and let him have Harry, partly in consideration of Snape's wishes. Voldemort promised to spare Lily's life if she complied, but her unwavering priority was to protect Harry. Because she would not get out of the way, she was murdered by Voldemort's killing curse. Next, Voldemort turned his wand on Harry. He knew that he was moments away from killing the only boy or wizard that was a threat to him and his regime. However, what would happen next is something that he never could have predicted, as after firing a killing curse at Harry, his curse rebounded back at him, the result of a loving sacrifice that Lily had made. When the curse came back at him, it destroyed him, and it marked the end of Voldemort, at least for a little while. Despite the destruction of Voldemort's body and magic, he did not perish due to his Horcruxes, which allowed him to survive in a weakened, bodiless form. Fearing his vulnerability, he hastily fled the collapsing house and the country, refusing to be seen by anyone, including his Death Eaters. On that night, word of Voldemort's defeat and supposed demise quickly spread across Great Britain, sparking widespread jubilant celebrations that led to multiple breaches of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Minister Bagnold justified the exuberant gatherings as the wizarding community's inalienable right to party. This date, October 31st, marked the end of the First Wizarding War, secured Harry's reputation as the boy who lived, and marked the point at which Snape's allegiance completely shifted. This was a prominent date in history as it allowed the wizarding world, at least for a time, to get back to normal. During the First Wizarding War, Voldemort really peaked in terms of power. Sure, he was able to secure followers and get his body back in the Second War, but in the First War, he really had a strong, secure, confident grasp on the wizarding world. He knew that he was in control, and everyone else knew it too. That is what makes this date so important, as if the events of this day didn't occur, Voldemort's rule over the wizarding world may have just lasted forever. However, the defeat of Voldemort didn't mean that it was all over. There were still a lot of loose ends that needed to be dealt with, namely the capturing of the Death Eaters. Death Eaters like Travers, Mulciber, and 3 accomplices in the Bones family murder were captured and imprisoned. Thorfinn Rao, Gibbon, Selwyn, and Jugson were convicted and sent to Azkaban. Igor Karkaroff betrayed Augustus Rookwood. Fenrir Greyback and other werewolves went into hiding, while the last remaining giants resettled in rural Denmark, and Severus Snape, who had defected towards the end of the war, was vouched for by Dumbledore and instated as a professor at Hogwarts. But despite these efforts, many Death Eaters still managed to evade punishment, using a variety of excuses and resources to avoid facing consequences for their crimes. One of the biggest ones was the claim that they were acting under the Imperius Curse. Although Lucius Malfoy, Nott, Avery, the Carrow siblings, Crabbe Goyle, and Corbin Yaxley faced legal action, they were eventually cleared of wrongdoing. But while Voldemort was gone, his cause did live on to some extent, and not all Death Eaters had given up. Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabistan Lestrange, and Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. being the best examples of this. This group would eventually go on to abduct and torture Frank and Alice Longbottom in an attempt to extract information on Voldemort's whereabouts. The torture was so severe that the Longbottoms were left mentally insane and had to be cared for at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. This left their son, Neville, entrusted to the care of his grandmother. The heinous attack incited widespread anger and was considered one of the most horrifying crimes ever committed. Alistair Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt led a team of Aurors in capturing the entire Lestrange family and Crouch Jr. They were brought to trial, where Barty Crouch Sr., ashamed of his son's involvement, sentenced them all to life in Azkaban. At this stage, Bellatrix defiantly expressed her loyalty to the Dark Lord, proclaiming that he would return to save her and her family as they were taken away by Dementors. After being stripped of most of his magical abilities, a defeated Voldemort sought refuge in Albania, haunting the remote forest where he had previously ventured. Desperate to regain a physical form, he attempted to possess the bodies of animals, particularly snakes, though this only resulted in their premature demise due to their inability to withstand his magical powers. Unable to venture out and possess humans due to the ongoing search by Aurors, Voldemort waited, hoping that one of his faithful followers would find him and restore him to power, unaware that many of his loyal followers had been imprisoned or killed. With the dark forces that had terrorized the wizarding world for years now vanquished, the survivors of the war began the task of rebuilding. However, the lingering presence of Lord Voldemort, who had surpassed Grindelwald as the most formidable dark wizard, continued to cast a shadow of fear. Even a decade after his downfall, the mere mention of his name instilled terror. The belief in his possible survival persisted, with opinions ranging from him being dead, laying in wait for the opportune moment to resurface, to being horribly weakened and half dead. It was the end of Voldemort. For now. And that's it for this video.
Oh no.
Which piece of Harry...
The big creeper. Big creeperton. Wow. I love lore. It runs deep. Like, I didn't realize how deep it ran. My goodness. But one day, I ought to read the books. I ought to do it. Learn more about it. I have access to them. But yes, one series at a time. But I bet they're so good. One of my best friends in high school at the time had read the Harry Potter books, like huge bookworm. I don't even know how many times, like 5 or 6 times, like some ridiculous. I can't imagine now how many times she's read them. Like, she loves them so much. Pretty much each thing in that video, yeah, but probably like hour each for each topic in that video. But I love that there's people that get that far into it and then spread the knowledge. It's kind of cool. Fantasy worlds, go hard. It is very cool. Definitely worth listening to more. Just gained a lisp all of a sudden. Definitely would. Okay, I go to bed. I made it through the day. It's such a long day. Long day. Thursday's gonna be. There's so many long days, but yeah, very long day. Isn't Wednesday the heaviest in terms of business? Like watching kids? Tuesday's the most busy. Busyness. Business. Busyness. I see. No, today is because I have the 4 kiddos today. Usually I just have the 2 nephews and my niece, but Candace's kids over on Tuesdays. So yeah. But I made it. And I'm here. And now I'm gonna go pass out. Yeah. Tomorrow will be slightly quieter, but still busy, but slightly calmer. But yeah. Good stuff. Oh, pardon moi. We'll have to figure out tomorrow's stream. We'll figure it out. It'll be good. Calmer is the key part. Exactly. A little calmer is a little calmer. It's key. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Oh, yeah.
Leslie, guess what today is?
Right.
It's hump day.
Technically.
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico? I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day!
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes
It
could save
counts
you
in your
15%
parts,
or more.
so it counts here.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Oh, Chad, I made a coffee that I completely forgot I had.
Those dang videos that start playing in the back. Oh my god. Technically, I made it. We'll count it. Or find a new game to play until you do. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out eventually. Unless The Last of Us. Yeah, that's true. I will have to look and see if The Last of Us works. If that works, then like, whatever. We got content. Yeah, this. We'll figure it out one way or another. Somehow it'll work. So I am so tired. Delusionally tired. Yeah. Is it the eyes? Yeah, yeah. Hey man. That sounds about right. Don't start stoner laughing. Hey man, what's good, man? All right, I need to go to bed. I'm gonna go sleep before my brain starts liquefying out my ears. uh, that is. That sounded like some kind of bird. That was a mating call.
Was it Barcelona? We know with your feminine ass.
Oh my gosh. That is funny. Just being world champion of too, but he was a legend amongst the community. Oh man. He clearly made his mark. Oh man.
My name is Adam Killer Sloss.
Is this
I'm
him?
from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
No. What? Wait, what you said?
Oh my gosh.
You guys are known for like super strong S&D play, right? Do you feel that you are one of the strongest S&D teams in this game and in this tournament?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm probably the best S&D player in the world. In my eyes,
My first time through was a con, probably a
I'm
little
more like an
crazy.
innovator, I would say. I create strategies.
Innovation, guys. Adam is
Nice.
an innovator.
So I create strategies, and you can even say a lot of the pro teams.
They do have a similar look. For sure. 100% stars, both of them. I feel like they'd probably get along.
Seems like stealing my strategies, which is kind of funny, but no, I got some back pocket strats I kept. I made sure I kept
A whiteboard in front of your bed where you draw everything off.
Nah, it's just like it's weird because like it's all about the map, and as long as you can cut the map in half,
They
that's
do.
a setup right there.
Got the same vibe going on.
Run away, I am. Sauce is making plays. Oh shit. I thought I killed this fool. Oh, they're double teaming me. Fuck, I need to kill that guy. Boss.
Oh my god.
Glitch. The minions! Oh, that was hilarious!
With Adam, and they just played a series against TK. It looked a little rough, man. What are your thoughts on how that match just went?
Honestly, I'm just trying to get warmed up to that match. That's all I'm trying to take out of it, I guess you could say.
Right now, I got a 2-piece. I got a 3-piece. I got a 3-piece. Whoa! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Whoa!
This one?
Don't charge it.
That giggle, the laugh.
He's one shot. Drops you guys a smoke. I'm out ski.
Terrible smoke.
Felt the map.
Where you out? Where you out?
Whatever. I risked my life.
So cool. He's so cool.
Yeah, at least I helped.
Time was pushes.
Hey, got me Hall. One
Oh,
tall.
man.
Time was all.
I got
long hair.
Hey, curb. I'm gonna rotate after that. I'm just gonna rotate.
Curb absolute, dude.
60 on this. I spawned market stairs.
My bolt's like just friggin' different.
Yo, he's plat. It's plat. He's wall running left side. He's wall running to the bridge. Wall running to the bridge right in front of you.
What the fuck?
Where'd you go? At all.
Put up you. Just hold that. Hold down.
Man. He rushed me bus.
Push to this.
Dogs, let's go with Vinny and Alicia.
Oh, don't get me started. That nigga's a noodle.
What? Oh my god.
I told her too.
Still up. Pocket's still up. I don't know where Pocket went. I'll bring him in. I can hit him one for mid. Dude, that guy just fucking juked the shit out of me.
I got blacked out.
Yeah, nice.
No, dude, I got blacked out. It was curtains, dog.
Coming, bro. Top ship.
Like, it sounds
This guy's
painful
still a burger of the
sometimes.
ball, Jay.
Come on. Ice. Ice. Yeah, we gotta. Oh shit.
You guys have to go over here now. So that's when I started setting my shit up, right? The ref accidentally clicked gravity spikes because my controller's broken. And I'm like, yo, dude. I'm like, yo, like, what's going on? I was like, he's like on the speaker, like, I accidentally chose gravity spikes. What do you want to do about this? And they're like, the stream's live. It's going. He has to play. And I'm looking around like, is this real? Like, you guys think if they win this map, this is cool?
Bro, Orlando, listen to this. Main stage, 10 a.m. We're playing phase. We're up 90. Why does this retard just sit out there? Like,
Oh, big time.
the end of the hallway. He's still sitting there. He's to the right. How the fuck did he get there, bro? Is it everything? Oh, that Derek guy. Okay. And of course, I got a fucking retard behind me blocking me.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, that wasn't that L?
You first trying to see him long hair and patchy beard.
I was like, that's fine. I won't get banned from MLG. I'll just get banned from UMG. I was like, I'm gonna fly over to Texas from Full Sail, and I'm gonna beat your ass, Aggie. That's what's gonna happen.
We're SDF?
He brought Nameless. He brought Nameless in the room. Nameless like, whoa. My fool, you can get it too. What's up? Bro. I was pissed, dude. That's after, like, you know how Haggy is saying dumb shit?
He said, "What's up?" Oh!
Alright, 204. He goes from top red
On some of the TK guys and whatnot.
to top
I didn't
grandmoms
notice.
in 4 fucking seconds, dude.
I miss these
Take
maps.
my fucking money, bro. It's called movement that I don't have and never will. Yeah, my movement's not that good, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in 4s. It doesn't matter in respawn. It doesn't matter. It's a legit movement. Props! I would take my hat off if I wasn't bald.
Oh, miracles. Okay.
Dude, you can't be sick.
He left the game! He left the game! He left the call! Oh man, that is gold! That's gold!
Probably.
Oh, and he ran up the middle of the...
Oh wow. You are ass. You are so ass.
Are you kidding me, dude?
I just said the hip fire in this game is so ass.
How does that make sense?
Bro.
I was so convinced. I literally had a one-shot immediately. Said you're my long-lost uncle.
Hey, Donnie just subscribed. Hey, Doug.
Are you streaming, Nato?
Oh my god.
Hey, Temping.
Guys,
Crash
somebody.
out?
Yo, one guy's B-stairs from mid. B-stairs from mid.
One guy ran.
They gave this up. They gave this up bomb up.
Yo,
They might be
They
flanking.
gave up
dude.
B?
They gave up this bomb up. He could be inside.
They have an RC. Like,
RC's coming from our spawn. Their spawn.
No, it's coming. It's right here on this rock.
Do you have the flank? Do you have the flank?
There's another one. There's another RC. Is that behind us?
Yeah, I have the flank right now.
The RC's on me. I hear it, guys. Fuck.
Okay.
No,
What do you want us to do?
Dude,
he flanked our building. Fucking moron. What are you saying?
Nobody called out. Somebody's in our fucking spawn and didn't call out the RC behind us. Like.
Yes, he did. He just said he shot one. You're the one that said there's two. Yes.
Yeah, and I just called out there's two. I was like, where the fuck is it?
Okay then.
No one said anything.
Yes, we're all trying to hear it. What are you talking about? Bro, hold on. I said there was an RC flank.
We shut up, man.
Oh, dude, you guys are so fucking annoying with that shit.
Wait, hold on. I called out there was an RC.
Am I the only one that listens for RCs and even tries to fucking shoot them?
We were trying to listen.
Bro, this guy can't be serious.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, what? No way.
Dude, I'm literally sitting there running around circles next to you guys looking for the RC, and you guys are just sitting there, like standing still.
No, I killed the first one. Retard came from their side.
I couldn't even think right there. I just got flanked. I probably would kill that guy.
You guys are so fucking annoying, dude.
You don't want to come. You ain't moving.
You're literally pure comment.
They're child friends, so the
I
things
gonna
are
be streaming
really.
myself?
Oh yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, you might have to. Bait that lightning.
Chris has overdrive. Jump out. I'm following Chris up.
That's probably just part of the.
Nothing A.
One's mid. One's mid. Statue.
Everyday
Ultra's dead. Their lightning's done.
Behind us from B. Yeah, the middle
Two on me. Two on me.
B steps, one shot. B steps, Pac-Man.
Behind me, two guys. God damn it, dude.
We not go B
Why the fuck did you even go up there with me?
I got a kill.
Both died.
Yeah, you freaking pretty much got the kill that I would have got. You just team shot a guy that was.
I
Just
literally
jumping at
called.
us.
You didn't say a word what you're gonna do before the round. Before the round, I literally called out. I'm gonna rush that with the.
You said you were gonna follow me up on the.
You didn't say you had overdrive.
Come on, go ahead.
Dude, I don't care. Why the fuck are you going top cliff with me? Your job is to watch the fucking street.
Oh, bro. Clearly, whatever my job is it's not working, bro. Like we gotta switch our shit up.
You didn't preempt the street, and we got fucking shot in the back.
I thought we were gonna hit B Street with my glitch. You didn't even say you had overdrive.
You said you were gonna challenge B Street with your glitch, and you didn't even challenge B Street. You went top cliff.
All right, bro.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, bro. You're the best, dude.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate
You're the
it.
greatest. 4-8. Like.
Don't give a fuck about my score.
What are you doing on your host, bro?
The fuck are you doing? Period. Like you don't even know what the fuck you're doing on this map.
I get a 2 piece. We still lose the round. Like that's what I'm doing.
We went A. We got the
You don't
bomb
know
down.
what you're
Marcus
doing,
got
dude. You're going
darted.
B, dying top cliff every round.
You know,
Actually, I'm not dying. I died before.
Every
I
round.
die after you guys die. After you guys give up my fucking street or we lose the street.
What? No, you,
I
no,
win
you
my
don't. You're the
engagement.
first guy
I
to
win
die every time.
No, I'm not. Go watch. I win my engagement top cliff every single fucking time.
I love when people get so upset for this.
I did every single time. I did every single time. I won my engagement up there. I got a kill.
Listen, man.
If we were first blooding up there, we would be winning.
Next map. They host now?
This guy spazzed out about our RC.
No,
They host?
we host the first 4.
What?
Dude, because I'm sitting there. Yo, you guys are all sitting there.
What the fuck are you guys doing? We all sitting
No,
there.
I killed the first RC,
What was
man.
that?
Like,
Yeah, I was calling out where it was. I'm like, yo, that RC's coming from our spawn.
You heard that?
Dude, you guys are fucking annoying, dude.
Oh, I can see where people would like it. Just comedy at that point.
man, you need to grow up. What is it? Infect? There's Uplink, our host?
No, I think it's CTF now.
Go ahead, you're the best. What's the next map?
Uplink.
Let's play.
I literally win that fucking map with these when I play other things. Every time I play with our fucking team, we can't win that shit.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
So
Infection Uplink, Huggy.
Y'all play
Or not
Infection?
Infection. Damn, I mean Fringe. It was all over the place.
God damn, this guy can't even watch B Street. This guy can't watch B Street, dude. Sheesh.
What are you? How are you 4-8? What are you doing, bro?
You keep dying on me B Street, I get shot in the back.
Bro.
Oh, dude.
I've never laughed so hard in my life.
This guy lost full from an RC. He never has flack, dude. Never, bro. Never, bro.
Nah, the only reason I thought that was hilarious because I killed an RC first. From
Yeah, I called out where it was.
And I called out where the RC. I said, "Yo, it's flanking."
He was running in circles on me, but where's the RC? like we see it through walls or so. Like we know where it's at.
Dude, I'm the only one that ever looks for him. You guys just sit there, like, wait. That shit might kill us.
He killed the first one, and you were like, guys, I think there's a second one. I think there's a second one. Got blown up by. What the fuck are we doing?
Dude, they banned
Like, and then we just lost that round and the next round because we were roasting.
Dude, I've never been so like mind blown.
I was literally mind blown. I didn't know what he was bitching about.
Dumb. Yeah, neither did I.
I was like, yo, what are you bitching about, bro?
I'm like, bro, what is going on right now? Nobody calls it out.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
Dude, when those plays happen, we lose the map.
That's what I was
away,
saying.
dude.
Like right there, I was so mind blown. It translated to the next round. We just lost.
I've never laughed so hard, dude. Dude, you guys are fucking hilarious. I think I almost peed on myself. I was just laughing so fucking hard, dude. Dude, Haggy, dude. There's no way you just lost 4 like that off RC. That was literally
You guys are so fucking. You guys literally don't know what you're doing on that fucking map.
Everybody in your chat literally
Like,
must be just fucking laughing so hard.
That
dude.
map is so annoying to play with you guys because you guys literally don't know what you do on that map.
What?
No, Rick knows what he's doing. Rick knows how to work that map. You guys just are so one-dimensional, dude.
Bro.
Oh, get him back.
It just goes on so long, you start laughing.
I'm just playing the map to play it.
It goes B
That's
Street,
comedy,
full
dude.
burger mode. Marcus sits in B
Bro.
bomb. There you go. There's their
Who the
setup.
fuck keeps camping, fucking, or banning stock, dude? What the fuck, bro?
They are.
Yo, Shiva's allowed. Woo.
That's gotta grow up with this banning stock. Alright, bet. I'm rocking anti-up, and then when it bans stock, I'm gonna be close for my streaks.
What? What does that justify the stock ban? That's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
piss them off.
Put an anti-up on. They're gonna wonder why I got a Cerberus in the next fucking 2 seconds.
I don't mind the no ban.
You ain't getting a Cerberus, fool. Not with that performance.
Better than you. Dude, I've never laughed so hard in my life.
Dude, I just seen the RC blow him up. I was like, oh shit, alright, 3v3.
It was, and it's so sad.
The RC went top cliff, then came raining down behind us.
You know what's funny is he had that doubt in his voice. He's like, I think they called him a second one. I think they... No! No!
Dude, because I'm screaming. I'm like, yo, am I the only one communicating?
But that's the thing. It's like, bro, I said it was one flanking. And it's
He
like,
knows how to. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I just don't know what it did. But it was good times. It was good times.
Yeah, we can play that.
John
Wait,
said
is
how
this
you
the right one? Did I click the right thing? I did.
Yeah, we can play that.
John said Haggy fell off the map 7 times.
Fell off the map like 4 times, but it was after I got like a 2-piece, or I just like tried bailing myself out of like a crazy jump I did.
You need to learn how to chill the fuck out, bro.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying you bitch about stupid shit.
What fool? No, it's not stupid shit. Do that shit in a match, you'll straight get cooked. What?
Yeah, but no, it's 8s, bro. It's 8s at fucking 4 in the morning. Like, get a fucking
Dude,
grip,
and you
homie.
see how I'm going? What do you mean? Same shit. You get a grip, man. You put it up money, you better go hard.
I'm going hard. The fuck?
I'm just saying, dude. Like, I'm not saying.
Alright, well, stop bitching about random shit, dude.
Dude, you're the one bitching about your controller last series. Just fucking straight
Yeah, bro,
cost
if your
me.
controller broke, you'd be bitching too. That's not random shit, fool. That's my controller. Something I'm using to play breaking.
All I'm saying is, dude, it's being hypocritical.
Dude, what? You just compared my controller and you bitching in game. I can't believe
Yeah,
it.
bitching. What? Bitching about some broken ass call out. Bitching about a broken ass controller. Same shit, dude. Like,
No, it's not the same
they both
shit,
affect
dude.
the way you play and the way you're performing in game. So it's the
Oh,
same
yeah.
shit. Your teammate has shitty communication. Why wouldn't you bitch? That's like me not calling out an 8 Snato and then you bitching about it. It's the same shit.
Dude, what?
Bad call outs are just as bad as not calling out at all. That is
God.
a fact. That is a fact.
I mean, I'm just used to having teammates with good minimap awareness, but it's okay. Call in the back, see the red dot in the back. You can usually judge where it's
That's what
at.
I'm saying. Like, what?
Nah, the mini map only
Everything
extends.
has to be exact, bro.
The mini map
He's standing
only.
about 10, red barrel. He's standing about 10 feet from double door on me in the grass, not the cement
No,
zone.
you said in the back.
My 70 fucking points. Seth calls out.
Yeah, 'cause there was
to the
2 of
back.
them
You're like,
shooting at me in the
No,
back.
that wasn't Seth. It was Nato. First of all.
There was 2 of them shooting at me
It
in the
happened
back.
with Seth and Otto.
It was me.
Yeah.
I remember.
No, Seth said no. Nato said in the
Start
back.
the fucking game.
And then I was like, yeah, start up. But I was like, where? Tree? And he was like, in the back. What do you mean? And then I die, and he was like, oh, he's at double doors. And then after, Seth's in an engagement. He just calls out he's one shot, and I didn't know which guy. I was like, what? Where? Which guy? It just happened both times.
We'll shoot everyone. The fuck?
Dude, alright. You're brain dead, dude. Just like, never mind. I'm not even gonna say anything. Just whatever.
Don't then. What the fuck?
Mind fucking blown.
Confusing. Okay.
No wonder, dude. No wonder. That's all I gotta say.
Haggy, come on, man.
Oh, we
What
just
do
won
you-
first
this
time.
guy's literally just a vibe player, dude.
I just don't like stupidity, dude. That's all it is.
I literally have a genius IQ.
No, you're smart, dude. I like you, dude. What do you mean?
Hi, man. We won the map. Like,
no, I never said we didn't win the map. He's the one that got in an argument about me complaining about stuff that's
Dude, you
quote,
compared
unquote.
a call out to my controller breaking.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you saying, dude? Like, what?
So the point is you're bitching. So don't be a hypocrite.
Yeah, about something like actually to bitch about. Like, what? We're up by like 80 and you were bitching. Well, where is he? Like, what, dude? We're up by 80. Chill the fuck out.
Dude, I just
That's what
asked
I'm
where he
saying.
was. Who was bitching?
You know, she free
Oh my gosh.
I'm not using that
Damn,
shit.
dude.
Dude, I'm sorry, dude, but just play the game, dude. Just don't even say anything anymore. You may as well not call out at this point.
Just keeps pushing it.
You may as well not call out, bro.
You hear what your own teammates say about you, man? Like,
Yeah,
what?
that's fine. And how many events have I won? How many events have you won?
Yeah, when's the last time you won? Like, what?
When's the last time you won? Explain yourself.
The fuck?
When's the last time you can even travel outside the U.S., buddy? When can you even go to international tournaments?
Where does that come
How
from?
many
Like,
events
what?
have you won in your COD career?
I don't give a fuck how many events I won, bro. Like, what?
How many? How many? I'm actually kind of curious. I'm actually curious, Nato. Please explain to me.
I've won like
How-
two events. Like, so what? Like, what?
You won two.
Dude, bro.
Yeah, and both events were and both events were on a game where we played Dom and Blitz, and we don't play those games anymore. So sit the fuck down. Thank you.
Okay. Like what?
Just finds anything.
Yeah, don't get a fucking ego over here, dude. Like,
Bro, where did your ego come from? I want to know. Like,
What do you
what the fuck? Like, you act
What
like
do you
you're
mean?
some land
takes any
superstar or
shot
some
he
shit. Like,
can.
where did your ego come
I've
from?
won multiple events
Okay.
on land. What do you mean?
Well,
Where
what's
does
your
that
point?
come from?
What's your point? Like what?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's my point? I never said.
Why do you act like you're a land all-star?
I never brought up accomplishments until you said something about
Bro,
the way I
first of
played.
all, you're bringing up personal shit, bro. Like, if
How's
you
that
say that to
personal
my
shit?
face, I will beat the living shit out of you.
Well, how's
So
that
if
personal
you,
shit?
If
I
you
said
say no,
you
no,
haven't
yo,
won
listen,
an
next
event.
No, shut up.
You
Next
haven't won an
event, say
event.
that personal shit to my face, bro, and I'll knock
Personal
you.
shit? Yo,
Yeah.
alright, first of all,
I
you won't
promise
do
you,
anything because you're a fucking pussy. But second of
Alright,
all,
well, just
I literally
say
said
that.
you
Listen,
haven't
bro,
won an event.
Just go ahead and
You
say
have
what's your next event.
you haven't won an event in ages. Like, yeah, okay.
Neither have
That's
you.
personal.
Like, what are you saying? You're hypocritical. You literally go to an event, and when you don't win, you bitch about your teammates. That's like all you do.
Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
gonna
Yeah, dude. What the fuck?
You're the one that brought up accomplishments in the first place, buddy. So
Wait, when did I? Wait, John. Wait, Pac-Man. Did you hear?
Yep.
Bro, when did I ever bring up? Wait, hold on. When did I bring up
one you brought up my
Wait, no,
teammates,
shut up.
and
Tell me
then
when I brought up
two
accomplishments.
you
Wait,
brought
tell me.
you brought up skill on LAN. Like what?
Wait, you're the one. What? After you brought up some personal shit, what are you saying?
What personal shit did I bring up?
Dude, you can't be playing the victim right now, bro. What?
Nope.
I have it on stream.
Yeah.
You literally started coming at me. Are you fucking retarded?
Yep.
I want to be in this call.
You started talking shit about the way people talk about me, so I'm gonna talk shit about you, buddy.
Because you were talking shit. What are you saying?
One, I was talking about the fact that you weren't calling out correctly.
Oh, but before that, bro, you were talking shit. You can't be serious, dude.
Dude, I don't care.
There's
dude.
no
just,
way
just,
you're
just,
serious.
Just pipe your mouth and play this fucking
Yeah,
eights.
There's no way you're fucking serious.
Just pipe your mouth and play this eights, dude, because I have no respect for you. Thank you. Play the game.
What, dude? You're coming at someone
I
personally
have no
when I
respect
didn't
for
even say
you.
a
I
word
have
about
no
you.
respect for you. Just don't talk
And then
play
you tried
COD.
victimizing yourself. Like, what? Fool? I'm streaming.
Don't.
My chat is hearing you.
Just play the game. Play the game. I have no
My
respect.
chat is
I
hearing
have
what
no
you're
respect.
saying,
That's fine.
fool.
I have no respect for you. Now play the game and call out. Thank you.
Dude, your own
Oh
team
my
doesn't have
gosh.
respect for you.
That
The
is
fuck?
fine. I don't care.
Fucking horny weirdo. Get it. I'm going right side.
That was so unnecessary. Let's go though.
All of it is.
We win this series. I'm about to be fucking mind
Oh, yeah, right? Like, that's what he calls him? It was all unnecessary, but it all turned into entertainment. And everybody else is just loving it. Hi, Layla. But those, even if they're arguments, were the good times live. Were the good times in Call of Duty back in the day. Like, we look back at that, we miss it. Oh, that is great. Got to witness it. Team is still, but still, like, it counts. Still witnessed. That's hilarious. Just absolutely ridiculous, but so funny. I miss it. I miss those days. Oh, I will. I will. Thank you very much. You as well. Have a wonderful night. Slash sneeze. Well, about that time, I'm gonna go pass out. I will see you tomorrow, however it turns out, and yeah, we'll make it work. Love, peace, and cheering grease. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you later.